Today we are doing something a little bit different. We are going to be providing an audio commentary to the TV miniseries Dadah is Deaf, in which I fucking promise will most likely be my last video on the executions of Kevin Barlow and Brian Geoffrey Chambers. Now, in this script and in this miniseries, they did take a lot of creative liberty, and I will try to correct it to the very best of my ability. And with that, let's begin. Now, most of what you're going to see here in the opening is archival footage of Kuala Lumpur. Dadah is Deaf itself was filmed in Sydney and Macau after the Malaysian government withdrew permits for filming in February 1988. Now, even though this was filmed in Macau, if you look at the news footage from Channel 7 of Barbara Barlow in Kuala Lumpur where she goes shopping prior to the 7th of July 1986, they are eeringly similar. Now, firstly, some background on this series. So CBS decided to call it Dadah is Deaf, thinking that it was so unusual that it would get the public's attention. Channel 9 in Australia, however, called it Barlow and Chambers, a long way from home. The TV miniseries first aired on Channel 9 on Sunday the 23rd and Monday the 24th of October 1988. Ironically, on the second night that Dadah is Deaf was aired, Four Corners on the ABC aired an investigation into real drug smuggling and the control of it by triad gangs within Australia. On CBS on Sunday the 30th and Monday the 31st of October 1988, it aired at 8 p.m. Central Time and 9 p.m. Eastern. It went up against Favourite Son, a 6-hour mini-series adaptation of the novel Favourite Son on NBC on both nights, and on ABC the movie Commando starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Raw Dan Jong on the Sunday night, and Monday Night Football in 1988, with the Broncos playing the Colts, with the Colts winning 53-23. So, the reviews for Dadah is Deaf were absolutely horrible in the US, with the New York Times stating that it moves at a snail's pace, and USA Today trying to pontificate, besides the actors, who they said did a great job, who amongst the crew should be executed first. The Associated Press said that outside of Christie's superb performance, it doesn't provide any good reason to watch it and was way too long. It did not rate well in the US, with the first episode 53rd of the week, with Favourite Son on NBC 24th of the week and Commando on ABC 25th of the week. However, in Australia there seemed to be more of an appreciation, which seemed to be indicative of the many so-called journalists who write for Fairfax-owned newspapers, with The Age stating few programs in recent times have caused as much controversy in the TV room as Channel 9's Barlow and Chambers a long way from home. but it was still criticised by the Australian press, with The Age stating that it was subtly manipulative with a hidden agenda. Moreover, Candace Sutton in the Sydney Morning Herald stated fine acting performances, particularly by Hugo Weaving as Chambers, were let down by poorly cast support actors and some mawkish scenes. Matt Carroll, what have you done? I cried and blamed the American half of this co-production when John Paulson as Kevin Barlow and his girlfriend swirled around in slow motion to music. Moreover, the New York Times noted that Dadah's death is a bit muddled, but noted that the performances were admirable. Now, yes, this was based upon a true story, and many critics bought this hook, line and sinker, with TV columnist John Burlingame stating that Dadah's death is firmly rooted in reality, and the Desert News stated fact is more dramatic than fiction, when nothing could be further from the truth, and a hell of a lot of creative liberty was taken in writing the script. Ironically, it was Rob Cannon, a Perth barrister who represented Chambers, who told the West Australian and the Daily News that it was a syrupy fantasy with no relation to the truth, and that it was a long way from the truth. Now, this was the first American miniseries that Julie Christie starred in, and indeed Barbara Barlow said that she was very flattered that Julie Christie was in Dadah's death, stating, "She's a very tough actress and I feel she'll give the part all she's got." What you've also got to remember is, a lot of the other cast, Hugo Weaving, John Paulson, Sarah Jessica Parker, at the time they were up-and-coming actors, so in many ways it was Julie Christie who was the headline of this. Now, during the last visit to Malaysia, the Barlows would stay at the Hilton Kuala Lumpur, which was paid for by Channel 7, with Barbara Barlow frequently smoking in the piano room, and she confessed in her book A Long Way From Home, A Mother's Story, upon which Dadah's death was based, that she was overwhelmed by the opulence and luxury of the hotel. Now, this is actually incorrect. The hotel was nowhere near Pudu Prison, and there was no way that Barbara Barlow could have looked onto it at the time on the 7th of July 1986. Now, yes, Malaysian prisons were not as luxurious as Australian prisons, but they weren't so bad that you had rats running around in third world prisons, and based on documentaries released in the late 1980s, rather than being barbed wires, these doors were single doors. However, in keeping with this, they were separated and in single cells.
What time is it?
something.
We'll actually never know how Barlow was in his final hours, but there was evidence that he smoked weed which he bought from corrupt guards, so it was unlikely that he was quite this calm, even though his mother insisted that he went to death like a man and did not make a fuss. Indeed, Michael McAuliffe, who shared a cell with Barlow in the weeks prior to his death, insisted that Barlow was losing his twist, and he hoped that he would not go the same way. So what they're doing here obviously is testing the weight, basically. So Barlow was weighed the day before the execution and he weighed 45 kilograms. We have no idea how much Chambers weighed. Barlow confessed to his mother and in his writings that he had heard 3 people executed at Poodoo Prison. What is kind of remarkable is that Michelle Barlow was only 17 when her eldest brother was executed, but played a rather stoic role, flying over with her mother and media representatives.
Don't worry, Mum.
However, the real Michelle Barlow had massive 80s-style glasses, similarly to her mother, with both Julie Christie and Moucher Phillips, who played Michelle Barlow, obviously not having glasses.
How cool. They won't hang him. Come and lie down.
I can't. I can't do anything. I never knew a night so long could go by so fast.
You know what's fucking hilarious? The Victoria Advocate in the US would note that Christie, and I'm quoting here, supplies a fresh, witty Australian accent. And nothing could be further from the truth. In interviews with Channel 7, Barbara Barlow still had a thick Stoke accent, because she was from Stoke-on-Trent. And that is what Christie is imitating in this.
Dear God, I pray the sun never rises. We need time.
You've got to let them go! 3 bars in chambers.
Oh my fucking god. So if you have a look at media reports in the time, there were no Aussies out the front of a prison. Yes, there were onlookers, what they described as local people. Malays, Indians, Chinese, school children laughing in shock at what was going on, and the media attention that was being inputted on these 2 Westerners. But there were no fucking Australians, and where would they have come from? I mean, did they just fly up for the protests or for the execution and just decide to stay outside the prison? That's stupid.
This is senseless order! You're bloody innocent! 3 Barlow and Chambers! Let them go!
Rachel Goldman. We'll get to her in a bit. But yes, Karpal Singh was there and received word that both a last-minute reprieve had not been successful and that the execution had been carried out and the bodies were taken to the mortuary. But Chris Barlow was not outside the prison at the time of the executions.
Free these men! 3 Barlow and Chambers! Chambers! Let them go!
What's that?
So yes, the Advertiser did travel up with the Barlows, with reporter Rick Burnett representing the newspaper, but it was an agreement with Channel 7. And, well, this was a miniseries commissioned by Channel 9. And we couldn't have any mention of Channel 7. Let's all be there. All the one to watch. All gotta love it. Or whatever Channel 7's currently using, I don't know. I haven't lived in Australia since 2017. Meanwhile, ironically, the Chambers were flown up by Channel 9, with Sue Chambers interviewed by Channel 9, and indeed Brian Chambers Sr. was interviewed by Channel 9 months after his son's execution, with pleas to the Malaysian government. But why would this movie change facts? Well, this miniseries primarily focuses on the Barlows. Indeed, the researcher for the series, Junior Pritchard, who was also the producer of Andrew Olley's radio programme on 2BL, now 702 Sydney, spent 7 weeks looking into the lives of Barlow and Chambers and stayed with the Barlow family for more than a week at their home in Kapunda in South Australia, and also spent hours, yes, hours, with Sue Chambers to get a sense of her son. But why was this? Well, the Barlows agreed to participate in this. The Chambers refused to sign a release and wanted nothing to do with the project, albeit short ad hoc meetings. So that's why so much of us focuses on the Barlows. Indeed, Barbara Barlow was an advisor to Dadah's death. So that's basically why they forget that the chambers even existed.
It's probably the reporters.
Go and have a look. Barbara, is it true that you telex the Pope? Telexes went out to His Holiness, President Reagan, Mrs. Thatcher, even the Queen last night. We should be hearing something, surely.
Now, yes, they did telex the Pope, the Queen Margaret Thatcher, President Ronald Reagan, and the then Secretary General of the United Nations, Javier Perez de Soulier. But this scene didn't happen outside the hotel room, with Channel 7, who I think we should just start calling the channel that shall not be named, interviewing Barbara Barlow inside the hotel room, and keeping her from any other channel, because basically they had the rights to her in exactly the same way that Channel 9 had the rights to the chambers.
Pray for my Kevin, will you? And for Jeff and the Chambers family. They're only...
So basically at the time, Barbara Barlow was not really that sympathetic to Chambers. She even said herself that her son was murdered for the crime another man committed. Obviously, nobody knew at the time about the people who had orchestrated the drug run, so it's most likely that she was referring to Chambers, although she did have a strong relationship with Sue Chambers, and basically described them as two mothers who were desperately trying to save their sons' lives. Also, they didn't actually hear back from anybody apart from Buckingham Palace, who confirmed that the Queen did not get involved in such matters, and from the Vatican, who would ask the Bishop of Malaysia to comfort them.
They're just boys. Some of you must be parents. I mean, you could have ended up here, wondering why, just like me. This is the question to ask. What if they've got it wrong?
Oh, trust me, I am against capital punishment. That's why I've done so many fucking videos on capital punishment, on people who have been executed. Because I think that if you look at the US, just as an example, it's estimated that about 4% of people on death row are innocent. 4 to 5%, depending on where you look up. There was a case in the US, a boy called by the name of George Sini, who was executed at 14 in the 1940s, an African-American lad. They had to put him on phone books so that he could reach, so that his head could reach the electric chair and so that he could be executed. It does absolutely nothing. There's people in Japan who have been taken on wheelchairs to be executed. There's people in Utah who are on death row with dementia, basically, who are awaiting their executions. But trust me, Malaysia did not fucking get this one wrong. They were guilty as hell. And even the writer, even the damn writer of Dadah's death, confessed that they were both guilty as hell, and that he had a very difficult time writing the script. Because how could he elicit sympathy for two people who were obviously so guilty? And indeed, actually in the creation of Bangkok Hilton, the writer of that said that when he heard that they were making a miniseries of Barlow and Chambers, he thought it was stupid. Because how could you elicit sympathy for two people who are obviously so guilty?
And they kill them. What the hell have we learned? I mean, what kind of teacher is death?
Now, this is actually correct. Finally, we got something right. Barlow did work out briefly in the Great Victoria Desert.
Barlow! Kevin Barlow! Barlow! You can go home, boyo. Regular bloke's back.
Woo! I'll drink a brew for every one of ya!
side of Adelaide. Gonna be my parents' 25th wedding anniversary. Mine didn't last 25 weeks.
So the timeline of this is completely off, and I'll come back to this in a minute. Or actually come back to this throughout the entire commentary, because this timeline, I mean, even the Doctor would just be like, he would not know what to do, basically. But the Barlows did celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in March 1983, and at the time Barlow was living in Perth, and he took the interstate bus, which at the time existed, for only the second time, and indeed the last time, to visit his family in Elizabeth.
My dad died last year. I'm lucky, I guess. Yeah, you never miss someone until they're gone.
So please don't ask me where the fuck Barlow is spent to be at the moment, but he did not hitchhike home from Perth. Actually, there's no record of him ever hitchhiking, to be honest with you. He took the bus. I just realised that truck has a New South Wales number plate. And also that truck is empty. Clearly that guy is not making very much money if he's just driving around with an empty truck. Again, the entire miniseries was filmed in Macau and in Sydney, with Wilf and Barbara Barlow travelling from Adelaide to Sydney to meet Julie Christie when she was out for filming. It was stated in the press that she lived in a beachside apartment during the time of filming, but it's unknown exactly where that is. And that is one bloody common beautiful old council house in Sydney. My family grew up in one, a fibro one just like that, and it's estimated that 1/3 of Australian houses have asbestos in them. And Wilf Barlow, in actual pure irony, used to work for James Harding. Now, yes, Andy Barlow was developmentally disabled. To what extent, we don't know. But yes, he existed, and he was involved in an accident when he was hit by a truck on a dual carriageway when Barlow was with him as a child, and he was riddled with guilt of his brother's accident for the rest of his life, and went to the same special school as his brother for a semester, which Barbara Barlow would confess that Kevin Barlow hated.
Kevin? Is that you?
Andy. G'day.
Look like death on a stick.
Yeah, I feel like it too.
How are they?
All right. Do you want to come in and run some interference for me?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Ah.
I missed you, Andrew.
No, it's too hot, man.
How's that?
Yeah, that's better. It's better.
All right.
Beer, Kev?
Yeah, thanks, Dad. In a minute.
Oh, we don't think it's a bit early, do we, for that?
Ma.
Oh, don't be daft, girl. It's a celebration. And Michelle, make your mother a cup of tea.
So, what's up, lad? What's brought you home?
Just wanted to see me old Ma on her anniversary.
Oh, I see. Couldn't keep away from the soap opera, is that it? Life with the Barlows. Can a poor but wonderful immigrant family from England battle back against waves of bad luck and bankruptcy?
And beer.
Now that's actually true. They did go bankrupt following an unsuccessful milk run, which went under, and they ended up living briefly in a caravan on a friend's front yard. but it's worth noting that only the parents and Michelle were around at that time. The other kids had moved out.
Waves of bad luck and bankruptcy on beer. Stay tuned.
It's good to be setting the table for 6 again.
It's funny, that's not what you said before.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
He's lying.
I'm not lying.
You are.
Oh, can I hit her?
Good to know that nothing ever changes around here. Oh, Mark, quick, soap in my eyes.
Soap in your eyes, is it? Oh, we're so deep for that.
What are you doing?
Always him down.
Quick, where's the towel? Oh, there we are. Wow. Oh, Dad, have a look there in my bag. There's an envelope inside.
Oh, that's all there is. Hey, look at that. Good on you, lad. I'm proud of you.
I already took out what I need. The rest is yours.
No. I couldn't.
Dad, take it.
Oh, you're a gem. Isn't he a gem, Barbara?
You all right, Andy? Hello? Anyone at home? Nice to have the whole family together, isn't it, eh?
Yes.
Doesn't seem right when our Kev's missing, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Marvellous, don't you think?
Well, I never had snails before. They're small, they are. But good, though.
Well, this is one of Jeff's favourite places.
When I was a little boy, I used to love to watch...
Now, it's worth pointing out that there's no fucking way that Chambers was this suave. Canning would note that Chambers was very much more introverted with a veneer of respectability. Also, if we are to believe the timeline of this thing, by this stage Chambers would have still been involved in the heroin trade and a junkie. Indeed, Hugo Weaving was unhappy with his portrayal of Chambers, stating, "I wanted to tell Chambers' story and create his story for a viewing public, and I'm not satisfied that I have done the man any real justice." He also admitted that due to the Chambers family's unwillingness to be involved, Chambers' character was pretty much out in the cold. He also stated that it would have been more realistic if it had been directed by an Australian. The director of Dadah's Death was American. The problem is, considering that Dadah's Death used to be in 12 parts and was then re-uploaded onto YouTube as one entire miniseries, and currently has 132,000 views on YouTube and millions saw it across numerous countries during its broadcast, it seems that no real justice, either good or bad, was done to Chambers in Dadah's Death.
My mother cook. All these items would come together in something fantastic result.
Now, there's no evidence that Chambers loved cooking, and this was a facade of the character created for the script. He was described as a whiz at numbers and maths as a kid, though, and his report cards in primary school showed great potential. However, towards the 80s, probably his main hobby was doing heroin.
Like that.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Everything was wonderful. And darling, don't wait so long between calls. You know how your father worries.
Well, Mother, I do not. She's a big girl now.
Well, perhaps we ought to hit the road, eh?
Your father is, well, he certainly is.
You were great. Ah, Jeff, my parents are so conventional. They've never been to a place like that, and they've never met anyone like you.
Nor should they have, my dear.
Whenever I see you, my world comes alive. I see the sunrise in your eyes. Each day each day my heart belongs more to you.
Yeah. So we've been introduced.
No, I don't think so. I'm the Minister of Silly Walks.
Oh, well, I'm the Princess of Wet Socks.
You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
Right, go for it. That's all of that. Fill us low. Come on, you just got to play it for. We're going to get to the point right there. Here, Kevin, lad, here, catch that.
What's that? A piece of charcoal?
Here, you're right. Hey, what's going on then?
I know who you are.
Likewise.
Not again. What do you people want?
Your son, Mrs. Barlow, I'm sorry.
What are you...
Leave it alone, son.
Just leave it alone.
Just leave it.
Cut it out! Just leave it alone! All right, cut it out!
Leave it.
All right, just cut it out! Leave it alone! Cut it out!
We've got a break and enter with an eyewitness description of Kevin, all right?
Look, he's been working in the desert.
It'll be checked out.
It's a party.
Why don't you just ring his foreman and that'll take care...
Ma, take it in.
Do
will you?
something.
It's okay, I'll be back soon, all right? You'll see. I don't care.
Kevin, you haven't done anything.
Come on.
It's an anniversary party, you know.
All right, that's coming out real good. I haven't taken him for long. I'll make sure they have it too, all right?
So yes, the Barlows and Chambers were from somewhat different socio-economic backgrounds. Chambers lived in a council house. But the Chambers weren't some sort of multi-millionaires who ate snails and went to French restaurants. I mean, okay, I get that's Chambers' girlfriend's parents, but you get what I mean. Sue Chambers was a teacher and Brian Chambers Sr. was a tradie. But the Chambers... they had to mortgage their house to pay for their son's legal bills in Malaysia. It's not like they were some multi-millionaires. Now, yes, Barlow was in and out of trouble with the cops throughout his youth, mostly for petty theft. Indeed, his mother would describe him in A Long Way From Home, A Mother's Story, as an annoying sod, and he fell in with the wrong crowd while living in Elizabeth. But he wasn't wanted by police in South Australia prior to his arrest or move to Perth. And look at Julie Christie's hair. Don't you just fucking love the 80s?
At least you spelled hate right. You pathetic dipstick.
When can I get bailed out?
There is no bail, Sonny Jim, because we don't charge you. Slick, eh?
Sure that'll work. Not a juvenile anymore, you know.
Thinking of law school, pizza face.
Look, you know I was nowhere near the place.
Now, this one's a little bit strange because Kevin Barlow was 25 at the time of his arrest. He was born on the 25th of October 1958. So it would be strange for him to say I'm not a juvie anymore when he hadn't been a juvie for 7 years.
Is that so?
Who's this piece?
We captured Ned Kelly. Get back! Show them your tattoo, little boy. Go on.
So the way that they are presenting this, it seems almost like he got a new tattoo, but he didn't. He got this tattoo about a decade before, when he was arrested for petty crime, breaking and entering, and he did it himself with a sewing needle and an ink bottle. However, by this stage, the tattoo was fading away, and the press noted that when he was being led away from the courtroom, that his tattoo, you couldn't even see it or really read it. You could only just make it out.
I think it's in the public interest to get rid of it. Just cut it off.
Get your puny little poofter tattoo out of here. You can come back when you've got one like this. Show him.
So Barlow wasn't in trouble with the law at the time, so I have no idea what they were going for in that scene. And he had been clean for years since he was a teenager. So my guess is that they were trying to show him just as an innocent, naive bloke who was persecuted by the police.
Hey, waiter, more beer, two for me.
I can't see anything. It's spinning so fast, it's a blur.
We're on it, aren't we?
Kevin, I think your peaceful days at home are numbered. Looks to me like they're not going to leave you alone.
Real sweetheart.
I shouldn't have bothered going straight, Kev. Remember when you milked all those laundromats in Gawler?
Big mouth.
How'd you get to Gawler, Kev? In a stolen car.
There's no evidence of that happening, or at least I couldn't find any evidence.
Just wanted to start all over again. What do you have to do?
You like the Americans. They start over every morning.
He was the juvie terror of the Western world.
Stop grinning like a monkey. When you're the one in the soup instead of being little brother, you'll see it's not all it's cracked up to be.
I think you're right about Kev, Barb. Dead right. What are we going to do about him?
I don't know. I'm not Miss Marple.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't eat Chinese.
Seems to me Kevin's going to have to go someplace where he's not known. Maybe Perth. Sort of an honourable exile.
Yeah, well, what about the fare? I mean, it costs.
Well, if the worst comes to the worst, we still have that money we're saving up to go back and see Dad.
Oh, Ma. Do you think I could?
We'll see. What's enough of the long faces?
Look, we're paying for this meal and we're going to enjoy it.
This is Kevin's celebration, and look, I haven't got any.
Another whiskey. Okay, another whiskey.
Oh, you are just so clumsy.
Can I have the chow mein?
And stop spinning it.
Well, the rice
You are.
then.
You're so clumsy.
Really spinning that.
Luggage from flight.
Now Barlow did move to Perth, which would be a fateful decision, but he moved there in November 1979 to live with his great uncle. So this timeline, it's just completely messed up. And he didn't move there to escape law enforcement. He moved there because of his possessive mother, and for a fresh start.
307 from Adelaide can now be collected from Carousel 12. All passengers departing on flight 12, please move to gate number 8.
Excuse me?
Ziggy's missed you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Chambers didn't have a dog.
You miss people, eh?
Zig.
How you been?
Sir, that's my bag.
Someone's calling you, Sport.
That's my bag. Will you look at this? I'm sorry. My mistake. Well, back to the queue, I guess. Thanks.
What for?
Well, for stopping the bloke with my bag. Really, thanks. What a great city. I'm Kevin Barlow.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Jeff, don't be so cheeky.
Yeah, Corinne's right. I'm Geoffrey Chambers. The Jeff, a generic, called to myself. Do you want to live someplace?
So Barlow and Chambers did not meet this way. They knew each other occasionally through working on construction sites, but based on letter writings from Barlow when he was in prison, they didn't know each other that well. And it was John Askiak who would introduce the pair so that they could take the trip to Malaysia together.
Can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
Hey, Ziggy, quit being a pest. Just whack him one, huh?
Good, Ziggy. Nice boy.
You'll be very comfortable at Gilda's. He's a good bird.
Thanks again.
Good luck.
See ya.
Now this isn't what actually happened. Barlow saw an ad for a room at Debbie Collier Long's house, not freaking Gilda, in the Sunday Times, which was advertised on the 4th of September 1983, and he paid 1 week's rent then half, then basically stopped paying and living rent-free. He was a bit of a Scrooger.
No, it's small.
Finally, they got something right. Debbie Collier Long was a single mum with 3 kids.
Quiet as a hand grenade, Ray. Come on.
Wow. Looks great. I'm used to kids. I'm the oldest of 4. Hey, want to see how make the fun come apart?
Yeah.
How's that, eh?
Don't say nothing, but I told you to check up.
Shouldn't take a chance like that. Thanks, I'm a bit short.
You find a job yet?
Yeah, listen to this. Construction, beginner wanted. No experience necessary, will train. Just up my alley.
Just take care. Look at John here.
I don't see how he keeps the flame cutting like that.
Skill and clean living.
So Barlow was actually working various construction jobs, and his last would be with Aquila Steel as a trainee welder, earning $219.60 a week, plus extra working night shifts. He was working in Welshpool, which is near Perth. To put this into perspective, in 1983 the average weekly salary for an Australian was $335.20 working full-time.
Ah, look, I'm serious. You got to have a car in Perth, mate. A man needs wheels, he does.
How much do you want for it?
Watch out, Kev. This bloke's my ex-brother-in-law. Larceny runs in his family.
Oh, Mac, bull hockey was track shoes. You'd be a one-man Olympics. Hey, listen, I'll give it to you for 400.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 50 every week.
You got a deal, mate? Cheers.
Cheers.
Now this car would become pretty significant, and it was one of the motivating reasons for Barlow in taking the ill-fated trip to pay his car off. It was a 1979 Silver Sigma. The car was repossessed in April 1983, redeemed by Barlow, and repossessed 9 days after his arrest in Penang, and he owned $6,727.85 on the car, ironically more than he was to be paid for the ill-fated drug run.
This game.
You wouldn't mind it so much if you were winning. Come on, it's your turn.
And you learn to be so smart.
So Barlow and Collier Long would foster a relationship, even though he only lived with her for 2 months, and she confessed that it felt like a lot longer. He would describe her as a sort of motherly figure, and he wrote to her while he was in prison.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Here's Ziggy. Oh, good boy.
Favourable time to begin anew. Are you listening?
What? I've never missed that kind of scientific data.
Take care with friends and consider travel plans.
Wow.
You know, you are totally amazing in the kitchen. I think you should become a chef. You'd be great.
You really think that?
Oh, this looks beautiful.
Oh, my God.
Who's this?
This is a friend, an ex. Lucy, this is Corinne. I told you about her.
Not bad. At least this one looks literate.
You're off your face. I mean, look at you.
Know what this creep does?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Loose.
Don't loose me. Just give me the money or a gratis balloon. You owe me that
I'll
much.
give you money if you go into a program.
No deals. Everything's some sort of deal
Detox.
to you.
Well, she's an addict.
I am not. I just cheap on the weekends. What day is this? What day is this?
Sunday.
Right, there. Weekend. Big Daddy always helps, don't you, Big Daddy?
Heroin?
Haven't you told her, Jeffy?
Told me what?
I used to be in that life.
In that business?
But not anymore, okay? It's got too dangerous. Now I've got someone. I want to take care of. I don't deal anymore. Okay?
Quite a bit to unpack here. So in Dadah's death, Corinne is supposed to be Sue Jacobson, but with Chambers, she did a number of drug runs together, and they'd both done them together since December 1980. And Chambers had made at least 12 trips transporting heroin into Australia. So this makes no fucking sense whatsoever, because Chambers and Jacobson were addicts and knew that they were both involved in the trade. At the time, Chambers was wanting to get out after he was forced to bribe officers in Singapore while transporting heroin back into Australia when customs officers detected 2 vials of personal use heroin in his jacket pocket. This was in March 1983.
She was too old for you anyway. I'll drop you home.
Well, let's take my car. I'll drive. You're drunk.
Me? If you were any more waxed, you'd be a blinking dance floor. Go on, get in.
I thought she was quite nice, that girl in the pink.
Yeah, but she was looking at me.
Hey, Mac. You seem to be driving on both sides of the road.
Shut up. I do this all the time.
Hey, watch out! Bloody!
All right, Kev.
Now, yes, Barlow was in a car accident, but he was the one driving, and this would cause him groin pains and lead him to go off work and live off workers' comp, earning $205.80 per week.
I want to keep you here for some more x-rays.
Oh, come on, how many do you need?
Oh, well, probably stop when you glow in the dark. Can you go over? Just make you feel better.
Oh.
Go. All right. See? Doesn't feel so bad, does it?
Yeah, it's easy for you to say. What the hell's wrong with me anyway?
It's a groin pull. They hurt, but it's not forever. Just means you'll have to stay out of action for a while. If you get my drift.
I think maybe you should be more specific.
You mean in the name of medical science?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
You're terrible.
Well, I mean, there could be a possible alternative method, I suppose.
Sean Burton, RN.
And you know, you're right. I am terrible.
Dr. Underwood to OR7. Dr. Underwood to
Oh.
OR7.
My turn.
Oh. I've never been in the shower with anyone else before.
Surely you jest.
No, I'm serious. It's great. Can I wash your hair again?
Kevin, we're grown-ups. We can do whatever we want. Ooh.
In your eyes, I see love beginning. When you smile, the whole world stops spinning. You changed my life, turned my night into day. Now I see the world in a better way. Deserts change.
Okay, so yes, Barlow had a girlfriend. Most sources say that her name was Sarah, but this little piggy stayed home. Barlow, Chambers and the Mafia said that her name was Michelle. The timeline of Dadah's death is completely on steroids at the moment, because both met in mid-1981, and according to Barbara Barlow, he met her as she was the daughter of his landlord. She wasn't a nurse. Not much is known about her, but she was bisexual at a time when bisexuality, indeed, there were barely any LGBTQIA rights in Australia, and bisexuality in Australia was incredibly taboo. You've got to remember, male homosexual activity was illegal in Western Australia until the 23rd of March 1990. Barlow would tell Debbie Collier-Long, if Michelle could find a girl who she loved as much as I loved her, we would make a perfect threesome.
Well, it's good to meet you, Gilda.
You too. He talks about you all the time.
So, we're going to live together. I'm moving into Sean's place.
Now, it's worth noting that Barlow broke up with his girlfriend shortly after he moved in with Collier-Long, so we'll never know, but it's unlikely that the scene would have happened, and there's no evidence of them both meeting.
Oh, that's great.
I don't want him to go.
Hey, I'll come back and play.
I'm happy for you, Sean. But I warn you, there's bad news in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, so I found.
The kids, come on.
Oh, well, it was better for both of us this way. My house is too big for me, and besides, since somebody lost his job at the construction site...
I didn't like the idea of my being in hospital. Rat bags.
That wouldn't happen in Australia. You'd be in an employment tribunal, basically. He was on workers' comp for his injury, which isn't quite the same as losing your job.
It's too hot. Here, spit it out. All right? They give Nobel Prizes for that sort of thing.
What's going on down here? Sounds like a slaughterhouse.
Sorry we disturbed you. This is Neville, everybody.
G'day.
My guess is that this is meant to be John Asiak, who was Collier-Long's boyfriend at the time, and would proposition for Barlow to take the trip. But later on in Dadah's death, Chambers would meet two other people who would oversee the drug run. So please don't ask me who the fuck Neville is supposed to be.
Peter.
Kev, someone just broke into your car.
What? Hey! What the hell are you doing? That's my car.
Do you give me a cheque for $150 or get back in the house?
I bought this car for a friend. We've got a deal.
He hired us, get it? Let's go.
Don't believe it. I lose my job, my car gets repossessed, and I'm broke. What?
So Barlow's car was repossessed in April 1983, and he had it back by the time of his trip to Malaysia, but it was repossessed 9 days after his arrest in Penang. And he was pretty bloody close to broke most of the time. He always complained about having money troubles.
Well, your girlfriend could tell you she's pregnant.
What?
Yep.
You're pregnant. I never thought I wanted to hear that, you know? Until you just said it.
Kevin, I don't...
I want to be a dad.
What?
I want to be a dad.
Oh, God, I'm pregnant!
Yeah, you're pregnant.
Woo! Hey, you're pregnant!
Oh, my groin.
Trish makes a lovely bride, doesn't she?
Did you smell the cigarette he lit? She'll never learn.
Jeff seems nice enough. Very bright.
We could be married outdoors too.
But I didn't think you wanted marriage.
That was then, this is now. My life's about to change. I think you're right about my becoming a chef. I'm going to answer that advert I saw for the French restaurant I told you about.
Oh, fantastic.
I'll learn the basics there. How long will that take? And then the sky's the limit. Do you know how much a good chef makes? I could even open up a little place of my own.
Oh, well, I could help.
It's going to be great for us. And this is the last of the bad white lady.
So that is actually complete bullshit. There was no plan for Chambers to get a job as a chef at a French restaurant or indeed open up his own place, and there's no evidence that he was a chef. Also, it wasn't the last of a white lady for Chambers. The BBC would report that he was a heavy smoker and a chain smoker right up to his death, with Barlow also smoking while in Penang prison. Most likely, though, this was actually to overcome the nerves of the fact that they were on death row.
You think of her perfume, satin and lace, the way she can move you and the curve of her face. So you race for the moon, she's a part of your soul. Race for the moon till you're out of control. Can't go too fast or get there too soon. If you love her, you'll race for the moon. If you love her, you'll race for the
Okay, so that car accident did take place, but it was on the 15th of May 1983 and in Penang, South Australia, with Chambers driving intoxicated and on grass, barbiturates and alcohol. They were trying to escape to Melbourne to get away from the organised crime scene in Western Australia. Indeed, there were 2 pounds of marijuana in the doors to the car, and after the accident, Chambers would ask South Australian police if he could have it back.
You all right?
Yeah.
It's the worst day of our lives.
Mine too.
Who was driving, Jeff?
She was. I let her drive.
Obviously, we don't know what Chambers told Jacobson's parents, but he would tell friends that he was the one driving and that Jacobson was in the passenger seat.
She was so happy.
Jacobson was in a coma for 5 days and died on the 20th of May 1983. This destroyed Chambers, and he was described as constantly depressed, gaunt, tired and pale, and was totally dependent on heroin after her death.
Yeah, it's Jeff.
It's called Humboldt lightning. I think it comes from California. Want some?
Or maybe a little later. That's what I came to talk about.
That's what he's come to talk about, Mr. Travers.
I want to go back full time.
Well, well. I thought Geoffrey was going to open up a little shop with the wifey. Or was it a dance studio?
You keep talking, pussface.
Uh-huh.
I want to make a run, Spinell.
Fine. Only this time find me a courier with an IQ higher than a pine cone.
You look terrible, Geoffrey. Something happened to you.
Now, in reality, Paul Massari convinced Chambers to go to Malaysia for the ill-fated drug run, and friends confessed that he would never have gone with Barlow prior to the death of Jacobson.
Sean? Sean, where are you? Look what I found today. Sean? Sean, it's me. Come see what I bought, little mama. It's a potty seat. I had one just like it. Sean, are you in there?
Go away.
Sean, it's me. It's Kevin.
Kevin, leave me alone.
What's wrong? Open up, Sean. It's Kevin.
I had a miscarriage.
Now, Barbara Barlow would note that Barlow's girlfriend did indeed have a miscarriage, and it was shortly after that she broke up with him on the 23rd of September 1983, and it was because she had found another man, not because of a miscarriage. But this was all shortly after he moved in with Collier Long, so the time frame of this is just completely messed up. But this did have a devastating impact on Barlow, and he always tried to come up with plans, often ill-conceived, to get her back. He would also smoke weed and drink incessantly, and also became incredibly depressed.
What were we doing, you and I? Playing house? Is this what you wanted? Is this fun?
No.
I don't know what you expected from me, Kevin, but it's over.
No, baby.
Yes, that's right. There's no baby. The baby's gone. And you're free, and so am I, so why don't you just leave? Now. It's over.
Please, Sean.
Kevin, I don't feel well. Would you just go? Kevin, you can come and get your stuff later, all right? Would you just go?
So there's actually no evidence that Barlow and his girlfriend ever lived together.
Kevin, get out!
Can I come back and stay in my old room?
So Barlow actually never moved out of Collier Long's place.
Of course you can. I missed you. You're the best babysitter I ever had.
I've seen this one before. It's a boxing match.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
Hi, remember me?
Yeah, I do. How are you?
Great. Is Nev here? Neville Travis?
I don't know. Hang on. Gilda! Come in.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
Hey, Jill. Is Nev here?
No, I don't know when he'll be back.
You tell him I called round?
Okay.
You out of work?
Me?
No, little Bobby there.
My name's not Bobby.
Tough guy. Yeah, I'm out of work.
Fancy a beer? Beats drinking with the flies.
Sure, why not? I'm going out, Gilda.
Meat and spuds and a week with pain.
Right. So, what do you do, if you don't mind my asking?
How'd you like to make $6,000?
What?
$6,000 plus get a week's vacation at the same time.
$6,000 was the amount that Barlow was offered for the ill-fated drug run, and in an irony it would have cost his family $10,000 to bring his body back, which they couldn't afford, so he was cremated.
But I have to kill.
No one?
You sure it's me you're after? Well, what's the job then?
Well, it goes like this. You fly to Singapore where a contact will meet you in the airport lounge. Right? You with me so far?
That bit sounds easy.
Then you take the shuttle from KL to Penang.
In Malaysia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You check into a nice hotel and you wait.
I'm good at waiting. I've been practicing all my life.
Contact will show up. Usually it only takes a couple of hours with a package.
A package?
Yeah. You pack that into your suitcase and you fly out, checking the bag through. It's just a...
So this is an annoying part because it wasn't actually Chambers who solicited Barlow for the run. It was John Asiak who oversaw the entire operation. And on or about the 6th of October, Barlow agreed with Asiak, but he withdrew the ill-fated drug run. Chambers would meet Barlow on the 13th of October to assess him for the run. Barlow also met Paul Masari numerous times.
Vacation, no hitches. For $6,000 in cash.
It's dope, isn't it? What sort of dope?
It's heroin. It's a milk run to paradise. I've made it heaps of times.
It was actually Chambers' involvement in the ill-fated drug run that made Barlow believe that it would be a success.
Why me?
Why not?
Also, what Chambers described there wasn't the modus operandi. They would swallow it in condoms and put the rest up their asses.
Hello?
Yeah, it's me, Ma.
Now, it was actually Wilf Barlow who answered the phone, with Barlow asking for his naturalisation papers so that he could get his Australian passport, as this was his first time travelling overseas since moving to Australia from Stoke-on-Trent.
Kev. Well, I'm glad I didn't hold my breath. How are you feeling now?
Well, I'm better, hearing the voice of me old girl.
Oh, yeah. But to the other side, will you?
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm going to Malaysia for a week's holiday.
Malaysia?
He actually said he was going to England to visit his grandparents, but then changed and said that he was going to Southeast Asia to get over the breakup with his girlfriend, and also if he went to England he wouldn't be back in time for a surgery on his groin and he wouldn't be able to get over jet lag before the surgery. He said that he would be using his workers' compensation to pay for the trip.
And where's the money coming from?
I got some dollars from the accident insurance, you know.
I see. Thought about paying us back? Kev? Kev? Kev, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've just had a few beers, so what?
Well, when are you leaving?
Look, Ma, I've got to run, all right? So give a hug to Chris and Andy for me, will you?
All right. Well, I'm glad you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'll see you later. Well, come on.
He said he's doing good. He's collected his accident insurance. He said to send his love.
Well, why are you looking like that?
I don't know. I'm probably just jealous, I suppose. A little bugger's going on vacation. Malaysia. Still, he didn't sound right. He sounded sad.
Excuse me. Wonder if you could tell me where the coffee shop is, please. Oh. Thank you.
Captain Barlow, I presume.
You're the contact?
Ling Ting Tong at your service, and welcome to the Orient.
Now, this had all been pre-arranged. Barlow would not have been that surprised at this. Both were to meet in Singapore in the coffee lounge, with Barlow travelling directly from Perth and Chambers travelling through Sydney, New South Wales on the other side of the country. But yes, both knew that they would meet each other. It wasn't a massive surprise.
This is the way to live, eh?
Couldn't happen to two more deserving blokes.
These cigars are hard to keep alight.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Anyway, my limp came from a car smasher.
Now, both did stay together overnight in Singapore, but this wasn't pre-arranged. It was only because they missed their flight to Kuala Lumpur.
My girlfriend thought it looked exotic, but it hurts, you see. Wasn't even behind the wheel when it happened. That's where I met Sean.
Ah, the nurse.
God, what a job.
I don't know. I didn't think love was supposed to be that hard.
Yeah, it can be.
Nearly died the day she lost the baby.
My Corin did die. In an accident.
That's terrible, Jim.
Yes, it is.
Well, for the future. Hey, Jeff. Those girls are gorgeous. Why are they all together?
They're whores and they're after your business.
Really?
Now, Barlow was a very naughty little boy while in Singapore, and he did see prostitutes.
Hey, Jeff, I think I'm in love. I'm sorry, I can't. Do you speak English? Yeah, well, I feel the same way. Yeah.
This is actually surprising because he shared a room with Chambers while in Singapore, and they disobeyed orders because they were meant to travel separately and stay in different hotel rooms, but they stayed together in order to cut back on costs.
What are you so upset about? Calm down, it's all right, it's just a bed, I'll fix it. She stole every cent I had, $300.
It was actually $400 that Barlow was fleeced of.
That's what they do. It's part of the job description. Here. Pay me back out of your cut.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Tell you what, $6,000 is going to solve a lot of problems. Thanks for everything.
Do it.
When your eyes itch, doesn't that mean money coming?
Both stayed at the Fortuna Hotel in Jalan Barangan in Kuala Lumpur.
We take our bags to the room.
And how would you like to pay for your room, sir?
Cash.
Hey, Jeff.
Muslim country.
Personally, I'm not too sure if Barlow wouldn't have seen what I assume was there a burqa or hijab. I think he probably would have. I don't think he was that naive that he didn't know that Islam didn't exist.
Weird.
Yeah, let me have a look at you.
You're not going to ask me to dance, are you?
Your eye looks terrible. Let's get something in a pharmacy for it.
Yes, Mum.
Now, Barlow did contact conjunctivitis from the prostitutes in Singapore, and Chambers would catch it through the mixing of their clothes in shared suitcases.
Where was I?
In England, age 9, coming home from the swimming pool with your 2 brothers.
Oh, right, yeah. We'd had a great time, cannonballing the girls and everything. As we didn't have enough money for all 3 of us to ride the bus, we walked. I had to take a whiz. Too many lemonades, you see. So I went to this public loo across the street. Now, I say to Andrew, who's 5. I say, Andy, you stay here with Chris. This is a dangerous road. I'll be right back.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And, while I'm over in the loop, damn if Andy doesn't just walk in like some bloody bishop. Christ, I yelled so loud, you know, like almost knocks him over. And he runs out and across the street. And he doesn't even look. I yelled. The car just... He was in hospital for a long time. He's different now. Brain damage, they said. But he's my brother, and I love him. And it was my fault it happened.
So that's basically accurate. Barlow did carry around that guilt for what happened to his brother Andrew for the entirety of his life.
I play it over and over in my head. It always comes out the same.
Remember that accident I told you about?
Yeah?
I was driving. I killed her. What the hell happened to our brandies?
Listen, Jeff, I'm a little nervous.
What about?
Well, you know, it's my first time. On the job, I mean. Just a little nervous.
Well, we don't want you being nervous, do we?
No.
What say I go with you to Penang? Would that help? We could take the train.
So this part I really don't understand. Barlow didn't really show any nervousness until the drugs were collected and the reality of what he had to do sunk in. And simultaneously, Chambers was always to travel with Barlow to Penang.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, let's take the train.
It's quite nice, actually.
That's actually not why they took the train. They took it because Chambers insisted it would be easier for them not to be detected and it was cheaper. Both would depart on the train at 3 p.m. on the 4th of November 1983. They actually arrived at Butterworth station and then took a ferry to Penang. To this day there is no Penang railway station.
I think I've got your conjunctivitis. Get a cab to the hotel, eh?
Hey, Jeff. Jeff, one of those bicycle things. Can you hire them?
Oh, Kevin.
Sorry. You must be exhausted.
You know what to do?
Bar 2, Penang.
You boys been to Penang before? No.
I love the fact that the lobby guy or the porter or whatever has such a thick Australian accent. That is just hilarious.
It's our first time. Well, my first time.
Thank you, sir.
Which bed do you want?
Okay, which one do you want?
Well, I'll take whichever one you don't want. Oh,
Well, don't tell me you wanted this one.
Oh, only because I wanted you to have the bed by the window, so you could get the breeze. Well, what would happen to a bloke who got this far into a deal and wanted to back out?
What did you say?
You know, what would happen, let's just say, for instance, to a bloke who just wanted to back out, to just round up the camels and go back to Perth.
And that someone was holding a prepaid airline ticket to Malaysia and back? And had his hotels and meals comped? And even his hooker losses have been covered?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch!
It's just a question, man. Forget it. I'm sorry.
So Barlow didn't actually get nervous until the drugs were collected, so it's highly unlikely that this scene would have happened.
Didn't mean to upset you, all right? Please.
Yeah, I've been told that before. Look, we can't wait here forever. What the hell's going on? If you don't want my business, I'll go somewhere else. Yeah, okay. Goodbye.
Has anybody ever got anything done around this godforsaken hole?
Hi, I'm Kevin Barlow. Barlow. Me? Oh, just an Aussie tourist. Yeah. I'm just here with a friend. I'm just here by myself. I'm just a tourist. What the hell do you think you're doing?
G'day.
This place is occupied.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not lonely. I don't want to talk about football. I don't care what Bob Hawke's up to, and I prefer to eat alone.
Aren't you just some piece of work?
Well, it's been nice talking to you. Wherever you are.
I'm your contact.
So this person didn't exist. There was no Australian middleman in Penang.
And you're right. It was me on the phone yesterday. I like to see who I'm dealing with, especially with amateurs. Now we can go. Here's how we'll do the deal.
I'm uncomfortable here.
Uncomfortable?
Those people over there are looking at us.
We're white, you twit. Where in the hell did Spinell find you?
Okay, Rambo, I've had just about...
Look, do you want me to smack the taste out of your mouth right here? I'd love it. Say the word, make friends with the dentist. So, as I was saying, Brian okayed payment. So tonight at 7:30, you'll meet the delivery boy. He'll have the skag.
Do you have the time?
9 o'clock. Electronic.
I was supposed to meet someone here at 7:30.
Yeah, me. It is me.
No, I don't think so. I don't like what's going on. And I don't like you. You've one last chance to make this good. Room 47, Batty Penang Hotel, midday tomorrow. Be on time. And come alone.
Don't look at me like that.
You're a mess.
My groin. From my wreck, I'm in pain. It's never hurt this bad before. You want some of this?
I don't believe you.
So Barlow was drinking and even doing some of the heroin when they got it, but there's no evidence that he did this before they got the drugs.
I know. I'm sorry, Jeff. God, I'm so sorry. I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't even go to the toilet. What am I going to do? This is the worst I've ever felt in my life.
Why now?
I don't know. Do you think I know?
Yes, I think you do know.
What are you doing?
I'll make a phone call. I want you to hear it.
I don't want to make a phone call.
Yeah, well, that's not my problem. I didn't tell you to pre-sell the stuff. Look, Brian, this guy couldn't find a way to pour beer out of his boot if the directions were on the heel. My price just escalated. I want half again. Well, then you come do it. Yeah, I thought you'd see my point of view. Right. Okay, bye.
So Chambers and Barlow did make a couple of calls to Debbie Collier-Long to speak with ASIC. One was on the 7th of November to say that they were extending their trip for another week, albeit Chambers was most likely high at the time of making the call, and another call was made on the 8th of November, saying that they would be flying back to Australia on the 9th of November. There were no calls similar to that, and there was actually no Brian. Apart from Brian, Geoffrey Sheargold Chambers of all things. But then again, I can imagine that the writer of this wasn't really paying attention when he did that.
I'm afraid you're still on the hook, mate.
No.
Yes. Look, I'll take you as far as KL myself. We'll fly tomorrow. On the way home, though, you're on your own. So find something to hang on to.
Both would fly to Kuala Lumpur, but this was pre-arranged, and it was then that Barlow would fly on to Perth, Chambers would fly to Sydney, and then he would get the train to Perth. So there's no evidence that Barlow ever attempted to call his parents. He did send them a postcard though while he was in Penang. So Chambers did buy the suitcase on his own and was served by a girl called Tung Sewe To. Barlow, however, went to a Malaysian airline system office in the Komtar Centre to buy 2 first-class tickets to Kuala Lumpur, which had already been booked by Chambers.
Yes, well, come in.
Thank you, sir.
Well, do you have something for me?
Oh, yes.
Fine, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you.
Bloody hell, go! So that's...
So this needs to be clarified. Barlow and Chambers collected the heroin the night that they arrived in Penang on a beach at the Rasa Sayang Hotel. Chambers had hid the 141.9 grams of heroin there in August 1983 during another drug run into Australia. It was not delivered in this way.
What do you think it'd be? Nuclear sludge from hell or something?
So I couldn't find any evidence that Barlow had done heroin before the ill-fated drug run. He'd only done weed. But during the stay in Penang, he definitely did some of the heroin with Chambers. So he wouldn't have been that shocked at the appearance of it.
This is it. I thought we were going to pack it into the stereo.
Oh god, so that wasn't the plan. The plan was for Chambers to swallow half and Barlow to put the rest up his arse, which he refused to do, leading them both to put the heroin in Chinese newspaper in a plastic bag, into Chambers' blue sling bag, and then into the maroon suitcase. But the bag also had Chambers' clothes in there. Barlow was to carry the suitcase.
KL. There's no customs on domestic flights.
Right. Right.
Let me guess. You're having an out-of-body experience.
Where does the blue bag go again? The one with the...
The dot, dot, dot. It goes in your bag with your clothes and your shaving gear. Kevin, are you really this tense or are you having me on? Put it into your bag, Cinderella.
But wait a minute.
What? Wait for what? See, it's easy. As you are being paid, you can at least carry it down in the suitcase. Yes?
The taxi's out in front, sir.
Thank you.
So they weren't staying at the Batai Penang Hotel, it was the Tanner House Hotel. And the timing here was a bit off. They checked out of the hotel at 3:02 p.m. and their taxi left at 4:30 p.m. It is likely around this time that they put the drugs into their bag. However, Sue Chambers maintained while being interviewed by Ian McMinn of Channel 9 that Barlow put it in her son's bags when he was in the shower.
Airport, please.
Now, the interesting thing is that they did have a large radio cassette player on them, but it is unknown who owned it and where they got it.
God, how much further is it, Jeff?
Can you hurry, please? We're late.
There's no evidence of an accident happening on their way to the airport.
God, let me out of this. Jeff, I'm so scared. What am I going to do, Jeff?
We'll never know what happened in this taxi ride, but allegedly Barlow was absolutely terrified, particularly in the days before leaving Penang.
This is it. It's here, so you can quit worrying about it. It's here. In a few hours, it'll all be over, mate. Look at me. Kev, look at me. Yeah, I'm here. In a few hours, we'll be stretched out, high in the sky, having drinks and laughing about all this. Yeah, we'll be laughing, you and me, yeah. We can do it, trust me. We can do it. We can do it.
We can do it!
I can do it, Geoffrey.
So Barlows didn't say that. He said to Chambers, "I'll meet you in the lounge." Friends would later say that Chambers would never have let Barlow carry the bags if he had been in his right mind. It is speculated that Barlow was drunk at the time. So there's no such thing as Air Southeast Asia, but I can imagine that Malaysia Airlines system, or Malaysia Airlines as it is now, would be kind of pissed if they were associated with Barlow and Chambers. I mean, God knows they've got enough problems as it is.
Just hang on, mate. Just hang on. Okay.
So this part is pretty accurate. Barlow skipped the DCA scanner, but Chambers went through it. This would arouse the suspicion of plainclothed officer Abu Shariaman Abu Yazid, chief of Penang Airport's anti-narcotics task force. However, Barlow's mother noted that they were innocuous, and she herself missed the scanner departing Penang International Airport. So even though this is a good scene, it did not go down like this.
Pesawat penerbangan 505 Courtroom akan berada selama 1 jam. Para penumpang diminta sabar dan pihak penerbangan diminta aman sekiranya keselamatan telah terjadi.
So both were at different counters at this point, even though they were both flying first class. Chambers was at the first class counters for Malaysia Airlines Systems, and Barlow was at the other counter.
May I see your passport, please?
Of course.
Now, Shariaman was plainclothed, as we mentioned before, and he went behind the counter to ask for Chambers' passport, not next to him, and Barlow at that point joined him at the counter, probably realising that something was going seriously wrong. He allegedly said to Chambers, "I am a police officer. Could I see your passport? Just a routine check," and showed him his ID card.
Wait here, please.
May I see your passport, please?
would like to examine your luggage.
Now, when Barlow was asked for his passport, he began to shiver and looked at Chambers, but gave it to them, with 4 uniformed officers surrounding them both by the stage.
Now.
I need a spare.
Again, this guy did not exist, so this scene did not happen. Now, in the full version of Dadah's death, it shows the officer asking Barlow to open the suitcase, but he says he can't because it has a combination lock and that he didn't know it. Chambers is then asked to open the bag, which he does with the combination lock and flips open the lid. The drugs are then found. Now, that is pretty accurate. Barlow was asked to open the bag, couldn't because of a combination lock, and Chambers opened it and flipped open the lid.
What is this?
Never seen that in my life before.
Now, Chambers did say that he didn't know where the blue bag came from, and he said that he didn't know what the heroin was.
Please, sir, I think I have to vomit.
If you do, sir.
Now, that did happen, but at that stage, Barlow was shaking and on his knees. It is alleged that Barlow at this point offered a bribe, but it seems strange as he had money problems and had already lost a lot of money on the prostitute in Singapore, so it's unclear what he would have paid the bribe with.
I will use your head to mop it up.
I thought our guide was kind of cute. Great bod for a foreigner. And Tom Cruise's grin, not quite the full smile.
You're hopeless.
My feet hurt.
Something's wrong.
I wonder who they are.
Please, don't tell my mother.
I just can't see that happening. I can't see Barlow being such a mummy's boy.
Barbara? What is it? Lou, what happened?
Now, considering that Barbara Barlow was an advisor on Dadah's death, I'm surprised that they had to react in this way. In her book, A Long Way From Home, A Mother's Story, she stated that she felt a premonition and woke up in the middle of the night, but dozed off and awoke at around 7:25 a.m. And the morning news came on at 7:30 a.m. and stated that 2 Australians had been arrested for heroin smuggling, erroneously stating that one was from Paddington in Sydney and the other from Elizabeth, leading her to run into the kitchen to her husband and her other son Wilf, and say that they had arrested Kevin, which the rest of the family did not believe. Now, Barbara Barlow didn't actually fly to Penang until July 1985, when Barlow and Chambers were up for sentencing at the High Court in Penang, and relied on donations from members of the public following the advertiser running a story on their plight to get her to Malaysia. She simply didn't have the money or the funds to get to Malaysia on a whim.
wish our meeting could have been under other circumstances, Mrs. Barlow.
So do I, Mr. West. How did this happen?
I don't know. But certainly the fact that your son and Chambers are the first Westerners to be arrested so quickly, so simply.
What exactly will happen, sir?
To this day, this is conjecture. Trevor Lawson, Debbie Collier-Long's brother-in-law, heard Askick talking openly about the drug run and alerted the National Crime Authority, while Chambers was most likely the victim of an informer, with 3 or 4 Penang drug dealers detained and interrogated about his movements. At the same time, Barlow was most likely drunk at the airport and his nervousness aroused suspicion.
They'll be formally charged before a magistrate.
And what are the chances of getting those charges dropped?
Dropped?
Well, can we plead to a lesser charge? Do we make a deal? Like at home, an arrangement.
Mrs. Barlow, your son and his friend are charged with trafficking in drugs. The courts here take that very seriously.
Yes. Do you have children?
I do.
Then, sir, I know you'll know what I'm talking about. Now, how do we deal with this thing?
They passed the maximum sentence on probably 50 or so Chinese. And while it's true, only one Australian was...
what happened to him?
Well, I think it must have been a special case or something, because his sentence was commuted and he was deported.
And that's what we'll aim for.
So that was actually correct, but that was before the amendment of the Dangerous Drugs Act 1952, Section 39B2, which mandated the death penalty if the individual is carrying more than 15 grams of heroin, in which case they will be presumed to be trafficking and given the death sentence.
Mrs. Barlow, you don't have to talk to this man.
My name is MacDonald Huntley. I'm from the Adelaide Advertiser.
Oh, the newspaper.
Yes. I'm here to cover the story. I want to make that perfectly clear. A story's going to be written anyway. Probably many of them. They'll feed off this.
Are you serious?
As long as they are going to be done, they might as well be factual. I was hoping to get some background information on your son. If he had a police record in Australia. If drugs were involved.
Who is the best lawyer?
So this person, MacDonald Huntley, did not exist. And it's probably supposed to be Rick Burnett. However, he didn't come into the frame until later in the picture.
In Malaysia?
Well, unfortunately, one of the best lawyers is the prosecutor. But Nagendra is good, and he is defending both boys.
Excuse me? Who was that?
Karpal Singh, local white knight lawyer. Tough, respected, and always in trouble with the establishment. Typical journalist sketch. Fast, meaningless, and always about half incorrect.
Yeah, a cowboy lawyer.
All the outstanding.
Councillors, are your clients ready to hear charges?
They are, Your Worship.
Brian Geoffrey Chambers and Kevin John Barlow, you are both charged at the instance of the public prosecutor, and the charge against you is as follows. That you, on the 9th of November, at about 4:30 p.m. at the Bayan Lipus Airport in Penang, did on your own behalf traffic in dangerous drugs, to wit, 179.56 grams of heroin, in contravention of Section 39B of the Dangerous Drug Act of 1952, revised 1980, and that you have hereby committed an offence punishable under Section 39B of that same Act, read with Section 34 of the Penal Code. How say you? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Now, the courthouse scenes were filmed in Sydney, Australia, on Darling Street in Balmain at Balmain Local Court, which probably explains why the prosecutor has such a thick Australian accent.
I'm Barbara Barlow, Kevin's mum.
Mrs. Barlow. My name is Mr. Nagendra.
It wasn't Tananindran or whatever the fuck his name was. It was Garcia Rajasangam, who would initially represent Barlow and Chambers and just ended up representing Chambers.
Lawyer and I will be defending your son as well as the Chambers boy. I am experienced in these matters. My record is quite good. I have already commenced much of the preliminary work. No stone will be left unturned, I assure you. Now, as to my fee, it will be $10,000 from each family.
Rajasangam actually wanted $8,000, not $10,000, which again, in a true piece of irony, was more than what Barlow was offered for the ill-fated drug run.
That kind of money?
I'm sorry. Your son seemed to think...
So Barlow actually told Rajasangam in 1984 but he no longer wanted him to represent him, leading him to go with Kapil Singh, so it is highly unlikely that he would have protested in this manner. And moreover, Rajasangam never met Barbara Barlow directly, at least in this manner.
My family is bankrupt, sir. We're on the dole. I mean, I can barely afford to pay our weekly grocery bills, let alone any $10,000 for a lawyer.
Mrs. Barlow, I understand. I'm sorry, but I will have to withdraw from this case and concentrate solely on the Chambers matter. Good luck.
I don't believe this. I don't have a lawyer.
Yes, you will. That man was a bloody banker. I'll get you a proper lawyer. See if I don't.
What day will you leave?
How long will I...
So Barbara Barlow actually did stay in the same hotel as her son when she visited Penang in July 1985.
be staying? I don't know. Just long enough to collect my son and go home.
Yeah, I'm still holding.
Well, that could be quite a while, Mrs. Barlow.
Wait a moment. That Aussie got off scot-free some time ago.
That was then. The government's nervous now. You see, less than a third of Malaysians are Chinese. Yet so far, all their convictions have been Chinese.
I'll try later, thanks.
The publicity's been bad.
Why should Kevin suffer for somebody else's bad publicity? Mr. Huntley, these charges against Kevin are trumped-up charges. The authorities have always had it in for my son, and now they think they've really got him. But
Excuse me. My name is Rachel Goldman.
So Rachel Goldman, she did not fucking exist. She was merely brought in to cater the series to an American audience, and her presence was heavily criticised in media reviews of Dadah's death in the US, including by USA Today. If I had to hazard a guess, she was based off Brit Kathy Priestley, who would be misconstrued as Barlow's love interest by the News of the World newspaper, and took a quasi-friendship, motherly role towards Barlow, with Priestley flying out twice to see him in Malaysia, or possibly Lee Jones of Tasmania, who became something of a confidant to Barlow, taking his ashes after he was cremated and burying him in Tasmania.
No, you don't understand. I think I saw your son arrested in the airport 10 days ago.
Well, you were there when it happened.
Yeah. He was with another boy.
You're from the States, aren't you? What did you say your name was, sorry?
Rachel Goldman. Maybe I could help.
Well, thank you. But what we have to do, first of all, is find a lawyer. A proper lawyer. Hey. What about that man we saw today? What did you call him? A cowboy lawyer? A white knight lawyer.
Mrs. Barlow, he can see you now.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think you should know we've got no money to pay you with. We're a working class family. We're bankrupt. And I have 3 other children to raise. Plus which I heard you're a bit of a cowboy lawyer, always in trouble with the authorities. In fact, I've heard you've been ejected from your parliament so many times, they were thinking of laying on an extra traffic cop. So I don't know if you're the right man to represent my son. But if you do, I'll say some prayers for you. Cowboy time prayers with 6 guns and chaps, of course.
So this isn't how Karpal Singh came into touch with Barbara Barlow. It was from an anonymous man who called her the day after he was arrested and had spent time in Penang prison and recommended Karpal Singh. But again, the entire timeline of this is out of whack because she didn't become involved in representing Barlow until 1984.
I'm sorry. A thorough search is mandatory for all visitors, you understand?
Yes, very thorough, wasn't it?
I have made a preliminary examination of their case against you. And I must tell you, it does not look cheery.
I know it doesn't.
Kevin?
But I will take it.
Look, about the money.
As I have explained to your mother, there will be no fee.
Karpal actually never did get paid for representing Barlow's, unlike Chambers' legal team, with the Chambers forced to mortgage their house to pay for his defence. However, it was through representing Barlow and other Australians, including Michael McAuliffe and Kiwis Lorraine and Aaron Cohen, that Karpal Singh was able to develop a name for himself in both countries, and his death made headlines across Kiwi and Australian media.
Thank you.
My fee will be the least of your worries, Mr. Barlow.
Please, call me Kevin.
Kevin. I'm very afraid that there is basically only one defense for you.
He didn't do it.
What defense?
You will have to implicate your friend as the sole smuggler.
What? I can't do that.
So it's worth noting that initially both men agreed not to get their families involved and that they would somewhat support each other. However, by the time of their trial in July 1985, both would not look each other in the eye and hardly spoke. Barlow did tell his mother that he would feel awful if Chambers took the fall and he went off scot-free, but he had no qualms in turning in Chambers. Also, Barlow would note in letters to his friends in the UK that he and Chambers were not really friends or close prior to the ill-fated drug run.
You have no choice in the matter.
Mr. Karpal, I can't just put him in.
You will have to. Because I fully expect that Mr. Nagendra is instructing your friend to do exactly that to you. I also have the feeling that one of you will hang.
This is what Singh would tell Barbara Barlow, but at least one of them would hang and he would not let it be Barlow.
Do that? Really?
Mrs. Barlow, the mandatory penalty for trafficking in drugs in Malaysia is execution. There are signs on every street. Surely you have seen them. Dadah is death. Dadah is Malay for drugs.
This isn't happening.
It is, I assure you. And if one of you is to die, I mean to make absolutely certain that it is not you. Look at me, son. Look at me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Stand fast, Kevin. We can do it. Don't lose heart. You will not hang.
Not while I'm alive. I won't have it. I won't have it. I won't have it. I won't have it.
Please.
You are in hell now, and only Haman can save you.
They have moved Jeff and me so often. By now, any place we stay longer than 5 days is like a Hawaiian vacation.
I do it to deserve.
So Barlow and Chambers, as far as I can see, weren't moved from cell to cell in Penang prison. Also, if we're to believe that this correlates with what we've just seen in Penang prison, June 1984, he never sent any letters in June 1984. He sent one on the 10th of May 1984 and then one on the 2nd of July 1984. And none of the letters had this text that they were moved from cell to cell. And what the bloody hell is the advertiser reporter doing there in the family home unless his wife kicked him out? They weren't even in an agreement with the advertiser at the time.
Rent. Of course they do. My boy can take it.
Ma, you go crazy scolding these people to clean up their messes. Ha, ha, ha. Still, after a while, having a spot to just lay down on seems like pure heaven. God, look at us. Look at us. It's all relative, isn't it? These walls that need painting, the washing machine that goes lump, 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 all the things that I moan about.
Mother.
I've got nothing to complain about. I've got my freedom. I've got you.
Kevin should give him the facts, the truth. The other bloke did it.
He actually did tell the Australian Federal Police Chief Inspector David Schramm in January 1984 a bunch of garbage, including that his girlfriend had forced him to take the trip. But in June 1984, when meeting again with Schramm, he did mention amidst a lot of bullshit the names of Paul Musari and John, saying that he didn't know Askiak's first apologies, saying that he didn't know Askik's last name. Chambers, however, refused to speak to the Australian Federal Police.
The other bloke's lawyer is telling him. Ducks. Hello?
Does anyone know if Kevin's asked for me?
Just hang on a second, will you? It's Australian broadcasting.
Oh my god. Firstly, no bloody Australian would call the ABC Australian Broadcasting or Australian Broadcasting Corporation. You would say ABC. I'm going to watch Play School on the ABC. Bluey is broadcast on the ABC. It's not Bluey is broadcast on Australian Broadcasting. My guess is that they did this so that the Yanks didn't think it was the American Broadcasting Corporation, their ABC. Secondly, the ABC, not Australian Broadcasting, didn't become involved until later in the picture. They did fly Wilf Barlow to Malaysia to see his son for the initial court hearing in July 1985, which it turned out would be the last time that Wilf Barlow would see his son alive. And again, the ABC offered to fly them both out on the 19th of June 1986, with a reporter to this day is unknown, but most likely the reporter was Paul Lockyer, who was the ABC Southeast Asia correspondent at the time, based in Singapore, and covered the Barlow Chambers execution for the ABC, for which he was nominated for a Gold Walkler.
They've offered to advance us money to cover expenses for exclusive rights to the coverage. Well, that's wonderful. Yes, thank you. You don't know what this means to us. I mean, we're just an ordinary working class family. We're trying to... Hello? He hung up.
It's good.
This was Channel 9. They had to make the public broadcast of the ABC look like cretins.
How exclusive?
Matt, try to understand. They've offered us expenses. But we'd never not talk to you. After all you've done for us.
Dear Ma.
So this sort of stuff never happened in Malaysian prisons, and they were actually rarely let out of their cells. Barlow and Chambers would spend an average of 22 hours a day in their cells and were only let out if all prisoners were well behaved.
It was great to hear from you. It's strange, really. Outside of you and Gilda, people I've written to have not replied. Yet total strangers send me letters and offers of help. Mostly young blokes like myself. Wow.
Barlow never sent this letter to his mother, and there's no record of him receiving letters from young men, but Debbie Collier Long did contact him, and both would continue to write to each other, with Barlow giving information that at the time was unknown to the AFP to Collier Long in his letters.
Here things are not exactly Mary Poppins. It's hot and always quite mad. Every situation has a bomb hidden in it somewhere. Some of the prisoners are animals, real scum. It's not hard to see how they get that way.
Matsale, are you hungry? How much will you pay? Are you hungry, white boy?
I can't see this happening because Chambers was actually well liked in prison compared to Barlow, who was maligned and seen as a crackpot.
Thank you, son. There is a man in my cell who has taken quite an interest in me.
This never happened, and Barlow was disliked by almost everyone in prison. If not actually everyone.
In the same way I used to pant after birds when I was at school. But Sung Lee is actually very nice. Why can't I stop thinking of Sean, man? I told you about her. God, I wish you'd met her.
Even though Barlow did blame his girlfriend for the ill-fated drug run and told anyone who would listen throughout 1984 and 1985 from his mother to the AFP that it was her fault that he went on the ill-fated drug run, he never had a longing desire to get back to her, at least while in prison, and his parents never did meet her. Was based on either Kathy Priestley or Lee Jones. Both did visit Barlow in prison. Priestley twice and Jones at least twice.
My part of a tour.
Is that all you can say to your sister? This place is hot.
Do you have a name, sis?
Rachel Goldman. I've talked to your mother. I was in court. We're staying at the same hotel.
So, Priestley and Jones were not in court, nor did they stay in the same hotel as Barbara Barlow, although they did stay at the Hilton because they were put up there by Channel 7 just before his death in 1986.
I saw you arrested and I just thought... I don't know.
You're American?
Yes.
A tourist?
No, I'm a teaching assistant in anthropology.
A cultural observer with breasts. Come to help Malay's newest roadside attraction. A baby-faced, Aussie-crazed drug killer. You a reporter?
Are you always this big of a schmohawk?
I don't know. What's a schmohawk?
Look, all you know about me is that I'm here. Anything else is guesswork, and so far, you're not very swift at it.
Well, touche, Miss America. Why did you come? The real world's in here, you know. Not out there. Can you get a Walkman and some tapes? AC/DC, Pink Floyd, The Dead.
So Barlow did actually have a Walkman in prison and offered it to his sister Michelle when he died. However, he mostly liked 60s music, including the Beatles and Bob Marley.
How'd it go?
Terrible.
Rachel, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Trust me, I know.
Well, for God's sakes, Rachel, we're little girls together.
Look, I'm gonna see this through all the way.
It's obsessive. We talk about this guy all the time.
His name is Kevin.
Kevin, look, he's not our friend. We're a million miles away from home. He's a dope smuggler. Besides, I just don't think it's healthy.
Of course you don't. Because this place is real and it's hard. They don't take credit cards.
Satu lagi. Lagi.
that's the move to touch and move. Gan Mao.
Gan Mao.
To catch cold.
This Chinese is difficult.
This is only your first lesson. It takes many years.
You serious?
Yeah. Gan Xiang.
Gan Xiang.
But I've got to be able to see my own lawyer. It's my right.
You have no right, unless you pay for it.
Barlow was never refused the right to see Karpal Singh. His family, yes, by Malaysian prison guards because they found a large amount of money on him that Lee Jones had given him, but he was never refused the right to see Karpal Singh.
This man is a dog.
Yeah, it's dog's ways.
This dog cannot even bite.
I have my eyes on you, but not in a way that you would like.
A man. Hold my own footer like Barlow has, my own shirt lifter. You can talk with your playboy snap of a pooch.
The salient points to me are as follows. The trip was vacation-oriented. Is that a pun? Vacation. Orient. A very bad pun, you must excuse me. The meeting was accidental. And the investigation was slipshod at best. And in my opinion, your rights were tainted by the other attorney's prior knowledge with which he will attempt to free his client, Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Carpal, do I have a chance? I mean, you know, am I ever going to get out of here?
They must prove their case unequivocally. Has the charge been established? Has the law been strictly and properly applied? What precisely did happen? We will present our version to the court and let them decide. Often when I finish, it is not so simple, as in what we laughingly call real life. I've spoken to your mother. She's doing everything she can. And from the sound of her voice, I would say it is not inconsequential.
Sung Lee, who did this to you?
Ahmed came in with two others to find you. I told them you were with Mr. Carpal.
How can they do this? How can they just come in here and do this for nothing? You animal bastards! You animal bastards! Come on, let's see you give me a go! You bastards! Come on! Let's see you have a go at me! Ah! You are nothing! You animal! Just come in here and push people around, huh? Huh? Nothing! Please. My groin. Please.
Okay, so Barlow was no fucking hero in prison. He was despised by his fellow prisoners and officers, and he threatened to expose the officers who brought him heroin unless they did as he demanded. He was described as obnoxious and a troublemaker. Now, yes, he did get beaten up by guards and bashed up by a guard who knew about his groin injury and hit him there a few times, leaving him unable to walk. This was in September 1984. However, the reason for this was because he threw his shit bucket over the prison officer, who proceeded to hit him, and according to witnesses, he got what he deserved. He was not beaten up for protecting a fellow prisoner.
You'll be home before you know it, Kev, out of there like coil off a rope, so cheer up.
Ma?
Now, throughout 1984, Barlow had some pretty bad health problems, from bronchial pneumonia to low blood pressure. I always struggle to say that word. Low blood pressure to groin pains. Indeed, his legal team would try to force judges to send him back to Australia so that his groin could be operated on. And Malaysia was like, we're going to execute him, so it doesn't really matter if he can't walk.
Coming out for the trial, you know that, and I'll handle everything if I have to.
Barbara?
And you know I mean what I say, don't you?
Yes, Ma. Can I speak to Chris now?
All right, Kev. Take care, Dux. It's for Chris. He wants to speak to Chris.
Now, that order would actually make sense because of all of his siblings. Kevin Barlow was closest to his brother, Christopher. Indeed, Christopher would be the last person with whom he would have a one-to-one conversation in prison, the day before his execution, which lasted 45 minutes.
Hello, Drongo. G'day, Chris.
Did you get my letter?
Yeah, I did. Thanks.
Kev, we haven't been able to find Sean Burton anywhere. She's just dropped out.
Yeah, well... Can I speak to Andy?
Yep. Andrew, it's Kev. He asked for you.
Andy, you there?
Andrew?
Hello?
Well, keep the damn phone back.
We must have got cut off or something.
So yes, Barlow was on crutches and would be for the remainder of his life, including going to the gallows on crutches.
Are you there? Where are you going? What are they doing?
My case is over. And it is my time.
You won?
No. I lost. And I will hang.
For having a pistol and 4 bullets?
But do not fear for me. Say you will not. Say it!
I will not fear for you!
Say it louder! Say it for everyone!
I will not fear! I will not fear!
Well, look.
Now, yes, Barbara Barlow did initially fly out to Malaysia to be with her son during the trial and appeal, but Wilf did not fly out until the TV station, the ABC, offered to fly him out. And they flew out separately.
These, they're stunning. Fruit here, very good. In Australia, not so good. I mean, these could win a prize in the Olympics. How much? How much? Well, try that then. That should be all right. Maybe it's not. Oh, that is great. Thank you very much. Thanks.
What is it, a fruit or a bomb?
My wife will show you around. Penang can be somewhat confusing to an outsider.
Don't think we don't appreciate it.
I want you both to know that I've been working on your son's defense. Although I myself have been, well, under political pressure from the ruling party.
The Barrister National is very strong, very reactionary.
And I am on the other end. Well, it makes for a wide spectrum.
You run with the wrong bunch, do you?
I do.
Me too, always have. Eh, Wolf?
She stood for office, she did.
How wonderful. How did you do it?
So the timeline again, or time frame of this, is completely off kilter. Barbara Barlow did stand for the state seat of Napier in the 1985 state election in South Australia. And the election took place on December 1985, so again the time frame here is pretty off. And I couldn't have said it better than Julie Christie just said. She got 666 votes and a swing of 7.9% against her. Which really isn't that good, to be honest with you. Then again, I'm not too sure why the Australian Democrats were so willing to choose her. Especially when a lot of public opinion wasn't on Kevin Barlow's side.
Well, think the judge would favour this one? I mean, blue suits him, but maybe the brown one would be more appropriate. What am I going to do?
Mrs. Barlow.
I know those two people there. That man works in my hotel. Are those the prosecution witnesses?
Yes.
Why don't they stay in a room on their own? Are they supposed to be out there clowning around like that?
Barbara Barlow did note that this happened and asked Couple Singh to demand a separation of the witnesses.
The things in our system that you will find a little different, Mrs. Barlow.
Like what?
You will see. But please, don't let it worry you now.
As we said previously, Robert Cannon, a Perth barrister who represented Chambers, decried the interpretation of Malaysian justice in Dadah's death, noting that it wasn't anywhere near as barbaric and followed a far more normal justice system.
Let it be noted, for all those that appear here today, that this is an English court of law. It was November 9, in the afternoon, when I noticed both the men arrive in a taxi. I noticed them, but did not see them, if you understand. Accused one, Mr.
So, during their trial, Chambers was actually wearing a grey flannel trousers and a pale green shirt and a dark tie. Barlow was wearing brown slacks and an open shirt, so he wasn't wearing a tie. He was allegedly relaxed, chirpy and smiling and shuffling continuously in his seat, almost confident that he would be let off.
Chambers was carrying a dark brown, soft-layered bag and a sling bag. Accused two, Mr. Barlow, was carrying a maroon-coloured suitcase and a large radio. Mr. Chambers did not open his bags. Mr. Barlow did. He opened the bags carried by Mr. Chambers. I examined them. Nothing incriminating was found. I then asked Mr. Barlow to open the bags he was carrying, but he refused, saying that the bags belonged to Mr. Chambers.
This was actually Barlow's defence, that he insisted that he was carrying the bags for a friend, Chambers.
Finally, Mr. Chambers opened the suitcase marked P5.
Now, sir, these are the bags taken from accused 1 and 2.
They are.
And P8. There. What is that?
A briefcase. Theirs.
It's not ours. I've never seen it before. Are you certain, ASP Jaya?
I am. It was found in the maroon bag. It must belong to them.
No! It's not true.
The ownership of this briefcase...
So, Shagyaman did actually get the bags confused during the trial, creating an uproar, according to Barbara Barlow, in the courtroom, but he never falsely planted bags.
It's crucial. It doesn't belong to my client, apparently to neither man. At this point, who knows what other exhibits might be tainted?
Disallowed. Mr. Nagandra, would you like to cross-examine?
Assistant Superintendent Jaya, on your way to the checking room, did Mr. Barlow, accused 2, say anything to you?
He did. He said, I am willing to pay if this matter is settled.
I did not. I never did. He's a liar.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, this allegation was said by Shahir Rahman, and we'll never know the truth, but I just can't see this coming to pass from Barlow, as he didn't have any money, and he'd been screwed over by the prostitute in Singapore, in more ways than one.
Disallowed.
Is my son in there?
So Wilf was in the courtroom for the entirety of the hearing with Barbara Barlow. He wasn't outside the courtroom trying to make friends.
My lad. He used to ride in the back of my truck when he was little and boss me around. I used to...
That's actually true, and Kevin Barlow became something of a mascot for other truckies when they were building bypasses.
Call him the little dictator. His mother runs the show now. I love him. Really do. You haven't got any idea what I'm saying, have you?
Assistant Superintendent Jaya, I put it to you that this is a complete fabrication, that neither boy made any overtures whatsoever.
Not true, sir.
I further put it to you that if an attempt had been made to bribe, then by law you would have had to report it. And there is no such report because, in fact, no such attempt was ever made.
Not true, sir. In my office, many such attempts are tendered. To report them all would be counterproductive. Our task is to stop the cancer of narcotics trafficking in this country.
Then I wonder why this nuclear morsel only now sees the light of day. It does not appear in any of the preparatory notes. It's not in any of the interrogatories. Not anywhere except here. A fact that, if true, would be sufficient to convict Muhammad himself.
So while my client was in the shower, and it had been a particularly hot day, as the record will show, his friend, Kevin Barlow, secreted the drugs into a little blue bag and placed it within the bag marked B5, the maroon suitcase.
That's actually what Jeff Chambers insisted throughout the trial, and his family would insist this during media interviews, including, ironically, with Channel 9 in 1986 with their correspondent Ian McMinn.
And Geoffrey Chambers never knew what had been put into his bag.
The salient points are these. 1. Why was the bribe not revealed until now? Or even reported to anyone? And 2 through 5, the suitcase was purchased by Mr. Chambers, it was owned by Mr. Chambers, and finally opened by Mr. Chambers, and found to be filled mostly with clothing and other articles that belonged to Mr. Chambers. Just because another man took it to the counter, does that make the other man responsible for what might be inside?
This was actually Barlow's defence. He insisted that he was carrying the bag for a friend, Chambers.
It is particularly important that we ascertain just who had control and custody of that bag when they arrived at the airport. It was, of course, in the hands of Kevin Barlow. Furthermore, my client in written testimony has sworn to the fact that that bag, P5, is his, which further proves his innocence. For who, Your Honour, would claim a bag if he knew it contained heroin?
While Mr. Barlow may have been in custody of bag P5,
Mr. Chambers was clearly in control of it. This, at least so far, indicates joint possession of the drugs. Both defendants continue to stand accused. Court will adjourn.
Kevin, this could be the dark before the light. You are innocent, and Karpali is going...
God almighty, the whole thing's a joke! Do you hear what they're saying in there?
As I mentioned, Perth barrister Rob Cannon, who represented Chambers, noted that the interpretation of the trial in Dadah's death was completely inaccurate, and he stated the system was not corrupt and the trial was not unfair.
I'm scared, Ma.
So, by the time that their culpability in the trial was decided on the 26th of July 1985, Barlow's demeanour had changed, and he was described as pale and tense, but he truly believed he would not hang and was never described as openly saying that he was scared.
Kevin, we're going to make this. Now listen. Listen to me. Come over here and listen to me. Look. Look, if worse comes to worse, there is another way. We can find another way. Do you understand the sort of thing I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I mean, here, what other way?
Well, I told you, we've received all these letters, phone calls, millions of them. Prayers, offers, deals, mostly crazed. But one of them didn't sound like that. One of them sounded different.
Which one, Barbara?
You're not going to believe this. SRS officer, paramilitary.
And
I don't know. But he sounded professional.
What did he say, Mother?
He said he could get you out of here.
Find him.
First of all, are you in fact who you say you are? And if so, when? And finally, how much? I don't have time for tea on this.
Well, then, madam, the answers are yes, any time, and $60,000. $10,000 immediately.
What?
My men are second to none, and it would be a complex assignment involving personnel, travel, equipment, and risk.
And how am I supposed to find that kind of money?
I don't...
So Barbara Barlow did admit that this call took place when she was interviewed by the US media in the lead up to the airing of Dadah's death on CBS, but she never admitted to no book, nor did she bring this up during the saga of Barlow and Chambers, so it probably never went very far if at all it existed. Barbara Barlow would say that they didn't have 10,000 cents and said that it would cost $10,000 for the operation, not $60,000.
No, madam. You might try fundraisers, sponsors selling the commercial rights. You must seek more expert advice on these matters than mine. Now, can we help you or not?
I'll ring you back. Soon. I just thought you might be able to help.
It's like some James Bond movie or something.
It's like our life, unfortunately. Like my son staying alive.
Of course it is, Mrs. Barlow. I didn't mean to make it sound like it was...
I know it's a lot of money. Would be to anyone.
I'll try. I have money in a trust account. I'll call Stuart Klein. He's my father's lawyer right when I get back to the hotel. You and I are going to free Kevin.
I'll work for the rest of my life to pay you back.
Fictitious character, fictitious conversation.
I wish I was dead.
Wonder what it's like.
So Chambers really did not seem quite this depressed until very late in the saga, and at least when his appeal against the death penalty had failed. He was mostly high as a kite on drugs smuggled in by corrupt guards and was sent to solitary at least 3 times for being high on heroin.
What the hell are you grinning at?
Try this. You and me, out of here. Barbara gets the SRS boys to blow a hole in this place.
Hold up,
And Rachel gets enough capital to make it work. Make you smile?
You serious?
Serious as a heart attack. We can do it together.
Hello. Nice day, innit?
You got a smoke, Hosehead? You recognise the lighter? He's me mate. So, how much capital are we talking about from this American bird?
I'm scared. I've never been so scared.
Oh, God, you smell so good.
I think I love you, Kevin. I do.
So Lee Presley said that she loved Barlow to Channel 7 but was not in love with him. This never happened with anyone.
We're a million miles from anywhere.
You're gonna be free. I feel it.
I'll meet you when I get out.
Great. Do you ski?
No?
No, that's all right, I'll teach you. Do you eat red meat?
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll make you the best veggies you've ever had.
We'll be together. You and me.
Is this all of it?
Yes. The explosives will be set as soon as your money arrives. You like the plan?
It'll have to do.
Very many inmates.
We can use the confusion. If we punch another hole here, past the door, they'll all run. It's about a 7 on a sliding scale. Now, how about another beer?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that, Daddy. Look, you have always told me to tell the truth. Now I do, and you stab me in the back. I don't care what you call it. I am 10,000 miles away, and a boy's life is on the line, and I am responsible. Stuart had no business calling you. But don't talk to me about my own good, Daddy. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm older right now than when you and Mother were married and had me.
Is this it?
I don't know. This is it, mate.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm gonna pay Rachel back if it takes forever. God, what was that?
Good morning, gentlemen. This room is next to our own gallows. That sound was an execution. I thought you might like to hear it. Your girlfriend could not get the money.
Oh my god, so there's quite a bit to break down here. Firstly, the money part never happened. And secondly, there were no gallows at Penang Prison. There never have been gallows at Penang Prison. This is just stupid. Why do you think they were transferred to Poodoo? Barlow, however, did say that he heard 3 executions, including while he was in hospital and on death row, but they were all at Poodoo prison. He never heard an execution at Penang prison. This is just stupid. What the fuck?
Wherever you go, in this world or next, I'll find you.
I'm so sorry. I am.
You did your best. I know that. Just wasn't in my karma, I suppose.
Maybe I'm not in your karma.
Will the accused please rise?
After hearing all of the evidence on both sides, and upon much reflection, I hereby find the accused guilty as charged and convict them. The sentence of this court upon you is that you shall be taken from this place to a lawful prison, and thence to a place of execution, and that you there shall suffer death by hanging. May the Lord have mercy on your souls.
Been condemned to die.
Okay, so the reason why I didn't pause for a while is because that needs a hell of a lot of breakdown. Yes, Judge Mohammed Dizadeen judged both as guilty on the 26th of July 1985 at the Penang High Court. After hearing the verdict, Barlow went pale with his cheek twitching while Chambers remained the same. Barbara Barlow was not prevented from seeing her son, and he did not call for her. She went and comforted him after the trial was done and dusted, while he was next to Chambers, with Chambers reading a newspaper article noting their guilt. Now, it was 5 days later, on the 31st of July 1985, that Judge Mohammed Dizadeen passed the death sentence, with Chambers dressed in grey slacks, a long-sleeved shirt and tie. Barlow was wearing an open-neck shirt and was unshaven. However, considering that they'd both been found guilty, it wasn't unexpected that they would get the death sentence. Both were calm and composed after this sentence was passed, and the judge adjourned the court, with Chambers telling the media that it was as expected. Oh my god. So once again we have proof that this was primarily made for a foreign audience. Any Australian worth their soul can tell you that that is the infamous Australia Square on 264 George Street in Sydney, not in fucking Melbourne. It's actually got a great revolving bar and restaurant at the top if you ever go there. It's actually amazing.
Well, tell him I can't see him until 4.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Barlow, I'm very pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Frank Galbally. You must be Mr. Barlow.
Wilf, yes.
Yes, when you complained to me on the phone, I thought you must be exaggerating.
Exaggerating? Well, it's my feeling that they aborted the whole process of justice by any definition.
I wholeheartedly agree. Now, unfortunately, we're going to have to retain the services of Mr. Karpal Singh for the appeal in order to interface with Malaysian law, such as it is. However, they've left themselves wide open, and we shall attack. Now, let's make a plan of action. That is, if you'll have me, of course.
Now, Frank Galby did represent Barlow throughout the appeal process, but Galby was based in Melbourne, and the Barlows caught the night train from Adelaide to see him.
Excuse me?
Well, for a start, they were convicted of trafficking in Class 1 narcotics.
You know that because you read it in the newspapers. What they didn't write was that the trial was a travesty. If you had...
Mrs. Barlow, look, if I can remind you, 60% of the Australian people want your son and his mate to hang.
Now, I'm guessing that this was around or just after the appeal process in 1985, but I could find no evidence that a poll was bang on 60%, and few polls regarding whether Barlow and Chambers should hang were conducted around 1985. In polls in June 1985, Channel 9's midday show found that 20,760 people said that they should hang, 19,010 people said they should hang. A poll by 7 National News in Sydney found that 16,040 people said that they should hang, while 12,360 people said that they should not hang. On Good Morning Australia on Channel 10, 68% of people said that they should hang. But no poll said 60% on the dot. And as far as I can see, looking at newspaper articles, there were very few polls conducted around 1985. John Paulson said to the American media that he remembered the execution of Barlow and Chambers vividly, stating 70% of people wanted them to hang. I don't know if I went that far, but I thought like everybody else that they knew the laws and they shouldn't have been doing it. But it's very easy to say that about a name in the paper. Also, there is no television program called Australia Today. There's Channel 9's Breakfast Show today, which was airing during the Barlow and Chambers saga, but there's nothing called Australia Today.
60% of the Roman people wanted to pound another nail into Christ. That doesn't make it right, you fool.
Locking up, throw away the key.
Well, we're here. We know what to expect.
Well, I suppose we should start. It's like a cave in here, isn't it? Just come on down. We're just going to talk. Please. Thank you, sir. We're here to remember my son. That's all, nothing more than that, really. Kevin John Barlow is right now, at this very minute, in a nightmare hellhole jail. 3 time zones and a lifetime away from here. He's my boy.
So there were no records of fundraisers being held by either mother. There was a commemoration of Barlow's life after he passed away, which was organised by his parents and open to the public, but nothing took place while they were alive.
Good luck, love.
Thank you for your support. Thank you, dear. Your interest is so appreciated. If there's anything I can do, well, later perhaps $1 or $2, but just thank you. Thank you so much.
My daughter died last year of a heroin overdose. I pulled the switch on your son with this hand. Easy, Andrew.
Okay, so the Barlows did get calls and letters condemning their child to death and saying that he deserved what he got, prank calls, etc., etc. But ironically, they did get some sympathy calls from people whose kids had died of drug overdoses saying that he did not deserve to die. So the idea that this scene took place is ridiculous. This scene was put in to remind people of the culpability of the duo and the impact that drugs would have had on Australian society, but it was seen as insufficient by the media at the time, with USA Today reiterating that they were drug traffickers, and it was hard to have any sympathy for them.
Take it easy.
What's the word on Perth prison?
Sunrise in hell. But not much worse than that. At least we're
So both men were sent to Pudi prison in Kuala Lumpur on the 15th of December 1985 so that their appeals could be heard at the Malaysian Supreme Court. And ultimately they would never leave Pudi prison and would be executed there.
Penang. What happened to Rachel, that American girl?
Went home. But she told Mum she was coming back.
You reckon she will?
No.
Can't believe these clothes actually fit.
Mine fit too. How can this make you feel so bloody good, eh?
Your uniforms will be laundered every 2 weeks. You will dispose of the old ones.
Anwar, is that your name?
Yes?
Well, Anwar, do you have our penthouse suites ready?
With hot and cold running maids.
Yes, that'll be just fine. Thank you. Follow up on some American TV program called 2020. Send them.
So the Barlows were never on 2020, and it is surprising that they would have included it since 2020 was on ABC America and this aired on CBS, but my guess is that it was put in to cater towards an American audience, and they probably didn't want to tarnish the name of 60 Minutes. Indeed, the case garnered little attention in the US. It was primarily in the United Kingdom, given Barlow's dual nationality, and of course it was given ample attention in Australia, and a little bit in New Zealand. It only made news in the US when both men were executed, but it did not make the front page of the New York Times amongst other newspapers. Again, because it wasn't... Nobody really cared in the US, basically.
Other packets. And while we're about it, let's try and squeeze some more money out of Australian broadcasting.
ABC. ABC. Not Australian bloody broadcasting.
They're dining out on us.
After you called their fair-headed boy a fool on camera?
Well, your mother's got a mouth on her, no doubt about that.
Hello? Yes, it is. Just 1 minute. It's Mac Huntley, Mum.
Oh. Hello, Mac. No, never too busy to talk to you. How have you been? It's been weeks. Saw that, did you? What did you think? Yes, I did too. Oh, really?
Dia selalu naik baik, ha?
Saya selalu baik terhadap siapa pun.
clean up. It's been a long time. You speak English?
Oh my god, so obviously this never happened, and would never happen in a Malaysian prison, least of all on death row in Pudu prison. My guess is that the scene was put in to make Chambers even more villainous and seem spoiled by having the money to afford a prostitute. However, the inclusion of the scene was heavily criticised in reviews of Dadah's death, with USA Today wondering if it was just an excuse for the director, well, basically to get hard. What would have been great as an alternative scene would have been if they showed Chambers doing heroin and being sent to solitary for his drug abuse. There's no such thing as Malaysia Air. It was Malaysia Airlines Systems at the time, but today is Malaysia Airlines.
Dari Melbourne, Australia, di Gate 9. Announcing the arrival of Malaysia Air flight
Mr. Singh, I'm very pleased to meet you.
And you, sir? Your first time in Malaysia?
Oh, no, I've been here many times before. Fives will get you 7. They've sent my bags to Tokyo. My watch must be on Hawaiian time. I thought our meeting was for 9.
I am extremely sorry, but parking is nightmarish
Yes,
around
yes,
the court. Now, what was it you wanted to meet about, sir?
The medical evidence, Carper. I think it can make a great difference in our appeal. Several respected physicians explain in detail why a groin injury of the magnitude of Barlow's might account for the nervous shivering at the airport.
No, sir. No new evidence may be raised now. At any rate, this is a side issue.
This is an interesting caveat because Dr. Alan Bartholomew did fly out from Melbourne with Galbalair to examine Kevin Barlow, and Kapil Singh refused to allow this to be included as new evidence because no new evidence could be introduced under Malaysian law.
No, it's the issue that brought Kevin to their attention. They had no reasonable cause to stop them.
Sir, I suggest you read the back of your airline ticket. On all tickets, it clearly states that the government has the right to stop and search anyone. It is prevention against terrorism.
The eye of the storm.
You know one of the worst parts?
Waiting for the decision?
No. I'm damn near getting used to those cuffs. God, what is happening?
So this is strange because Barlow and Chambers were both in the docks of the appeal on the 18th of December 1985. Barlow even brought his things with him, believing that he would be acquitted, and would tell the media, "I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. My head is spinning. I really don't understand what's happened. How they could find me guilty. I know I'm innocent. I've done nothing wrong." When Chambers was asked how he felt by a reporter, he would reply, "How do you think it feels, you fucking idiot?" After the judge left, Barlow broke down and wept with the realisation that he was probably going to die. My guess, though, is that the producers couldn't afford another courtroom and really couldn't be buggered to go through with another court hearing. Either that or they realised that things were actually going horribly wrong in the production of this, and they just decided to fuck it because they didn't want to spend any more time on scenes, and decided that they should dedicate more scenes to prostitutes, and that Rachel Goldman. So, it's interesting that they've got the ABC logo on that. Is that a Ford or a Holden? Somebody tell me in the comments. I think it might be a Ford. Oh no, sorry, it's a Holden. So, when this took place, there were 6 cameras thrust around Barlow's house. So, yes, the ABC would have rocked up, but some random television production company, that would not have happened. It would have been possibly SBS at a stretch, but definitely the ABC, 7, 9, and 10. And they possibly, maybe 1 or 2 TV stations to make up for the sucks, had multiple cameras. My guess is that the production team parked their van there and forgot to get it out of a shot, and couldn't park anywhere else.
Possessing the craft after a dispute.
Oh my god. So all of this is completely off kilter time-wise. The event took place at 2 p.m. Adelaide time, not 6 p.m. when National 9 News was airing. Secondly, that presenter there on the television is the legendary Brian Henderson, who read National 9 News weekdays from 1964 until 2002. But, and this is a big but, he was in Sydney and did not read the news in Adelaide or South Australia. In 1986, National 9 News was read by Caroline Ainsley and Rob Kelvin. And there was no national news break with Hendo to bring the verdict, and no 4 p.m. afternoon news bulletins at the time in Australia. So my guess is that they just recorded a news bulletin from Sydney with Hendo reading it and had Julie Christie sit and watch it. It's freaking tactless, man.
About payments between old and new owners.
The Julene, a 9-metre fishing trawler, set out from Stockton on Monday afternoon for Port Stephens, about 40 kilometres.
You all right, Dad?
Yeah. Accept me back.
So Wilf Barlow was going to have back surgery, but this was postponed because of his son's plight on death row.
You? I just feel so bloody helpless sitting here while Kev's fate is being decided.
I know.
Having the money to be by his side. Hello. Barbara Barlow.
It's Mac. Have you heard the news?
No.
Well, then I'm glad it's me. The appeal was successful. It's a new trial.
Mum, what is it?
So this did actually happen with Ron Burnett of The Advertiser. What Burnett would actually tell Barbara Barlow is, Barbara, I'm delighted to tell you that the appeal was successful. A new trial has been ordered and the 2 of them are to be returned to Penang prison.
Tell us, love. Tell us, love. Really good news.
Thank you. It's not what we wanted, but at least he has another chance. Thank you.
Come on, Darren, what is it?
Mac.
All the best, Barbara. I just gave Barbara the good news. What the hell are you talking about?
Tell us the good news, Barbara. Yeah.
The appeal was successful. There'll be a new trial.
That's actually not what Barbara Barlow said. She said to the media, thank God, what a relief. It was not what we hoped for, but at least he's not going to bloody hang now.
Hello?
Hello, Barbara. It's Mac. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. I was given the wrong headline. Barbara, you there?
What is it?
Barbara?
Tell us, love.
What is it, Barbara? What's going on? But they made a mistake, they said. It was the wrong headline.
So that's not actually what happened. although Barbara Barlow was smoking throughout all of us. It was Tom Menzies from the News, an Evening Adelaide newspaper, who said that the appeal had been dismissed. She then shook uncontrollably, and Barbara Barlow would re-telephone the advertiser, who said that the appeal was successful. They then called Bruce Dover, the Melbourne's Herald correspondent in Kuala Lumpur, who said that the appeal was dismissed. What happened is the Herald in Melbourne dispatched headlines with possible outcomes to expedite publication, and the wrong one was sent to the advertiser in Adelaide. I'm actually really surprised that they didn't even try to get this scene in any way accurate, given that Barbara Barlow was an advisor on Dadah's death. It's interesting how useless Wilf actually is in Dadah's death. He's really quite a meek figure. He was actually also on the telephone to Melbourne and the advertiser trying to figure out what happened, and in many ways comforting his wife.
Dad.
Mr. Galbally? Yes. It's a copy, of course. I shall send the original to the Pardons Board when it meets. I thought you might like to have a look.
Well.
Ah, so.
This is little more than a personal attack upon me. On the way I've conducted the case. If I read it right?
So you read it right, sir. Yes, you do. I thought at least one catalogue of ineptitude was in order and represents the best chance my client has at a pardon.
And this from a foreigner of passing reputation who publicly maligns his host country's defense counsel? I think this is what Western youth sarcastically call a smooth move.
You are overworked and understaffed. Your political commitment is the stuff of local laughter. Your one-loss record is too suspect to support your towering ambition. If this trial, sir, had been held...
If alligators could fly, Mr. Frank Galbally, you could pick your shoes from the trees.
What the hell are you talking about?
I think you're a very great fool, Mr. Galbally. How could you have lived so long and learned so little?
So this actually happened during the appeals hearing, and Galbally would request a telegram to be sent to Kevin Barlow, requesting that Singh be removed from the case. But Singh, kind of against orders, stayed on, and both would have a huge blow-up in court, with Galbally insulting the legal proceedings in Malaysia, and Galbally was eventually forced to apologise in court for his contempt. This did not happen outside the court. And my guess is they were probably filming there at either a school or university, most likely a school, actually.
The Malays have arrested 2 more for drugs.
Oh boy. So yes, this did happen with Lorraine and Aaron Cohen, and Barbara Barlow met Lorraine quite a few times in prison, and Aaron Cohen would briefly share a cell with Kevin Barlow. But the timeline of this is completely off. They were arrested on the 9th of February 1985. So again, the doctor he would not even know what to do with this. I think he would just let the dialects win, because this timeline is just completely off.
Mother and the son. You're joking, surely.
No, I heard about it.
Lorraine and Aaron Cohen. Now the pictures here. I don't know. Maybe it'll relieve some of the pressure. God, what am I saying?
Well, broccoli cheese casserole's my favourite. Apart from Barbara's, of course. Isn't that right, girl? Well, you'll have to excuse me. I'm not quite feeling myself at the moment.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Geoffrey. God, it's his birthday.
No, it's not his birthday.
His birthday was actually on the 12th of October.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
I wish I could do more. God, I do.
You're my rock, Wilf. And by God, I need you.
Do you? Do you really?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, so Wilf Barlow did have a nervous breakdown, but it was shortly after the arrest of his son, and he'd had a previous nervous breakdown when the family went bankrupt. And if anyone was suffering medically, it was Barbara Barlow, who had a heart attack in early 1986, which is brought along by the plight of Kevin Barlow being on death row.
Kevin, your mother's written to me again. She wants to try and get in what she calls the big guns. And she's doing it. Here, take a look.
Big guns are used to start wars. I'm not going to war against anyone. I just want a pardon. My only hope is peace. Can't you see that?
The pardon's board often meets quite suddenly.
I've heard.
When they do, I'll be ready.
So, what should be noted is that Barlow had ceased all communication with his parents due to media involvement in a letter dated the 30th of December 1985. It was also brought on by him being a little bit sulky and angry because his mother hadn't sent anything for him for his last Christmas on Earth because she was convinced that he would be home for Christmas, whereas Sue Chambers, who I swear to God does not exist in this bloody thing, perhaps indicative of her kind and placid personality, went and visited both boys and bought food for them. So I can't see Kapil Singh talking so fondly with Barlow about his mother, in what must have been around about early 1986, if I'm guessing, but again, the timeline of this is it's just messed up. I've no idea what's going on right now.
We're going on a holiday.
No, Andrew. I'm going to KL. We just got word the pardon board's meeting. Have to go round and collect the tickets now.
Come into a couple of dollars, I think.
Michelle, are you going to get that? No, Ducks. We won't be needing it this time, I don't think. Australian Broadcasting's picking up this one.
Mum, it's Mr. Clark from Australian Broadcasting.
Really? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Barlow. I'm afraid I've some bad news. We can no longer honour our obligation.
What do you mean?
The government in Malaysia has talked to our head office. We've decided that our sponsorship might be seen as an official government endorsement of your son's position.
Are you serious?
Quite, I'm afraid.
So, yes, this did happen, but again, not not this way. The ABC did pull their sponsorship agreements of the Barlows, but it all happened on Friday the 20th of June 1986 at the ABC's then Collinswood offices in central Adelaide. They arrived at 11:30am and were given flights to Malaysia for Barbara Barlow, with Wilf Barlow unable to travel for health reasons, and a cheque for $500 for spending money. She did an interview with the ABC, went to cash the cheque at a local bank, met her husband in the ABC canteen, and at 12:30pm was called into the station manager's office and told it was a no-go because it was seen that the ABC, the Australian government-owned media arm, was putting political pressure on the Malaysian government to spare both men from the gallows, and hence they could no longer sponsor the Barlows in travelling to Malaysia.
Mum, what happened?
My editor almost had a heart attack.
That's the least he could do, Mac. The advertiser nearly ruined our family with that appeals board mistake.
To Barbara,
No buts about it, Mac. If the advertiser hadn't come through with that airfare, I would have had nowhere to turn to.
And Michelle too?
Michelle's family.
So, after the incident with the ABC in Collinswood, the family returned home to Elizabeth, and the advertiser rang and offered to fly both of them in a deal with Channel 7 to Kuala Lumpur for the Pardons Board hearing. Barbara Barlow made no direct request to Rick Burnett, the advertiser. At the same time, though, we can't mention Channel 7, can we? Because this is airing on Channel 9.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you didn't hear what he said to me after you left his office.
What?
He said you've got the cheek of a herd of rhinos.
Let's get a move on this rhino. It's got a plane to catch.
So it is worth noting that Barbara Barlow was worried that nobody in the family would be there for their son if Channel 7 and the advertiser hadn't come through, and it was because of Will's ill health that it was decided that Michelle Barlow would fly with Barbara instead of Wilf.
There's time difference. The Pardons Board will meet while we're in the air.
Good luck, Barbara. I have a son myself. Well, they've already pardoned an Aussie for the same thing they charged poor Kevin with.
Yeah, it's true. I've got his name back in my office somewhere.
We'll bring our Kevin home.
Not bloody likely.
Tonight, sir, when I say my prayers, you'll be in there.
Okay, so Barbara Barlow, by her own confession, was not deeply religious and was not the sort of person to pray every night, even though they've mentioned Julie Christie here praying quite a few times, including over this gentleman and over Karpal Singh. But she would pray on the flight to Singapore and found what she described as a great deal of comfort from praying.
How long is this flight? Anybody know?
No idea.
You presented the material?
Yes. There's the matter of the other briefcase. Since it didn't belong to Kevin or the Chambers boy, it puts into doubt all the evidence. And the matter of the bribe. Why was it never reported? They must consider that. And if there was no bribe, then perhaps the testimony of Assistant Superintendent Jaya is suspect. I think we have a good chance. In fact, I think we have a very good chance.
Another flight US 506 from Australia via Singapore at Gate 9.
Hey, Mrs. Barlow! Mrs. Barlow, what are your feelings about the decision?
Mrs. Barlow, what are you going to do now?
How long are you staying in Kuala Lumpur, Mrs. Barlow?
Were you aware of your son's involvement in drugs at all?
What will your son
You
do
think
now?
it's an effective way of stopping drug trafficking? It's failed.
Will the Australian government intercede on your son's behalf?
So there's a bit to break down here. At the time, there were no direct flights from Malaysia to Adelaide, with Malaysia Airlines not starting the route until 1990. Hence, the Barlows flew Singapore Airlines, but, and it's a big but here, they were informed by Second Secretary of the Australian High Commission to Singapore, Paul Robillard, that the appeal was not successful. Wilf Barlow already heard on the television back home, and simultaneously the Australian media hounded them in Singapore with attempts by Channel 7 reporter Steve Whittam and Rick Burnett, the advertiser, to shield them. The chambers arrived first in Kuala Lumpur, but were informed that the appeal had failed upon their arrival in Kuala Lumpur.
What do you say about capital punishment?
Barlow, do you have any comments to make? Has your son have been aware of the penalties for trafficking drugs in this
Mrs.
country?
Barlow, what are your plans now?
Mrs. Barlow, how long you intend staying?
The men who condemn my son will be in my prayers too. And then I will get up off my knees. And I will show this country, this entire system, what a fighting mother with her back against the wall looks like. My son will not hang.
So she didn't give such a rousing speech. In Kuala Lumpur, an Australian consular official, Glenn Conroy, got them into a car and through the awaiting media pack. Literally, that's it. She didn't say anything.
Excuse me.
Barbara, this is the rider I was telling you about. Jonathan, this is Barbara Barlow and Carpet Singh.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Isagon.
Hello. His way with the Malay language is well known.
Shall we get started?
Yes, won't you sit down and I'll order some food up and we can work right through.
Mr. Humphrey, what does Mrs. Barlow really want?
Yes.
I don't know, to be honest. It sounds a bit prissy for my taste.
This is a letter to a king. It doesn't hurt to flatter.
The translation is a little stilted, but the Malay is correct.
Suppose we should call Mr. Galbley about this. Shall we, Mr. Singh?
There is no time.
So by this stage, Galbley was off the case, and Foreign Minister Bill Hayden criticised him for his attack on the Malaysian judicial system.
Notwithstanding the findings of guilt by the court...
I'm not going to say that. Kevin is innocent.
Interesting caveat here is that Barbara Barlow wanted a script that showed Kevin Barlow as innocent, but was convinced to change this, and herself confessed that she knew he was guilty when he was arrested.
Court is the guilty party.
I was under the impression that they were both adjudged guilty in the appeal and the pardon petition.
You can't change reality, Mrs. Barlow.
So this letter was written in High Malay and Singh did not speak it, so it was compiled by one of his staff in his office, not by, well, whoever the fuck this dude is, and not in their hotel room. Burnett and Whittam were not present for the writing of the letter, and it was reviewed by Barbara Barlow, Sue Chambers, and her daughters, and all agreed that it was a good letter and that it should go to the King of Malaysia.
Chambers, let's see what you can do, eh? Let's see what you can do with the ball. Come on, Chambers. Give it your best shot. Come on, Chambers. Give it your best shot, huh?
You're making me look bad, you mongrel.
Yes, well, Jesus, we used to say, no?
Oh, I almost forgot. Do you remember Hammett, that Nazi with the top knot back in Penang?
What about him?
I just heard the little sweetheart was kicked to death by an inmate.
You're kidding.
Hello, Kevin.
Rachel. I didn't think you'd come back.
I had to come back. I missed you.
I missed you too.
So this was supposed to be Lee Jones. Yes, she flew in from Tasmania to be with the Barlows. She did fly back to Australia in early July before returning to Malaysia shortly before the hanging to say one last goodbye to Kevin Barlow. If this was supposed to be Kathy Priestley, she was flown out by News of the World, arriving in Malaysia late on the 1st of July to an irate Barbara Barlow who did not want her to be there.
I thought about you a lot. And I just want to tell you how sorry I am.
So, Tell me about you, about America.
I was born in 1965. I have a brother who died and a sister who's married. We've always had money. I'm a graduate student in anthropology with an archaeology minor. Teach a class on the Hittites.
I don't know about any of that. Tell me about Dallas and Corvettes, American football.
We have 250 million people, all of whom own cars, own money. They hate their parents. They're overweight. They're always on a new diet.
The owning cars part really would not have come as a surprise to Barlow because nearly every fucking Australian owns a car. Seriously, there were 26 million Australians and there were 20 million cars on the road.
They like soapy TV, microwave popcorn, light beer, rock and roll, quick sex, no attachments. They're living on the edge. Tell me about your life.
To be here? Condemned? What's it like to hang?
So this scene was heavily criticised by the New York Times. And let's face it, it's basically impossible to happen while on death row, and it was seen as absolutely ridiculous.
It is our fervent hope that Your Majesty, it's both caps, would graciously consider our appeal that the death sentence which was passed be commuted to life imprisonment on grounds of humanitarian compassion. We pray that Your Majesty's reign is blessed by God, the one and only. That's two caps. And both mothers signed it. Look, Mike, you better hold off on this until the King acts on it.
Okay, let's just... Oh my god. Okay. Steve Winham of Channel 7 and Ian McMinn of Channel 9 came into Barbara Barlow stating, "Have you read that bloody letter?" And the problem was that they admitted their son's guilt in the third paragraph. Quote, "Our children's profound regret and remorse at their wrongdoing." Kapil Singh would later state that the letter should not have gone to the king and it was only a draft, but he would later defend the letter, stating that they couldn't request mercy without admitting culpability. But perhaps Ian McMinn of Channel 9 summed it up best, stating, "If it weren't so serious, it would be a joke." Barbara Barlow would stand by the letter while Sue Chambers would issue a new one in an embarrassing U-turn when the letter had already been given to the king. Rick Burnett did not prematurely relay the letter to his editor. This is contrived horseshit. Again, this did not happen, and there's no such thing as the Malaysia Times, it's the New Straight Times, but ironically the plight of both men did make front page news in Malaysia, primarily because of just the geopolitical horror story that this was creating for Malaysia.
It must be some bizarre error. The letter itself would not even get here before tomorrow. It's not in their best interest, granted. Europeans are transfixed with television and newspapers.
So, we'll never actually know the reason why the King of Malaysia rejected the plea for Barlow and Chambers' life, but it's highly, highly unlikely that this was the reason. Indeed, as Ian McMinn of Channel 9 said, what can the king do anyway? Malaysia's a constitutional monarchy, and the king had very little power to interfere with domestic legislation within his own country.
Tell your moronic mother I said thanks. Had a look at this. Well, you've seen it, have you? Well, that publicity pig guaranteed us the gallows all along.
So Chambers would never have said this about Barbara Barlow, and he would have said it maybe about Karpal Singh, but I think it's unlikely, to be honest with you, because the letter was approved by his mother as well, and Barbara Barlow didn't leak it to the media, so this all makes no sense whatsoever. It is just an attempt to malign Chambers' character. Ironically, if anyone would have said about Barbara Barlow being a publicity pig, it would have been Kevin Barlow, because he truly hated his mother's intervening with the media. And on the 30th of December 1985, in a letter, he asked his parents not to speak with the media and not to write to him anymore.
Your family's English, for God's sake. No wonder the bloody empire's gone. I mean, what kind of a man would allow his mother to do this? Don't you promise to understand? Don't you know when to keep quiet? Being hanged, it's a matter of pride.
Kevin, they told me you would not accept my visit.
That's right.
Barlow actually never did refuse to see Karpal Singh.
You're not seeing your mother either?
What for? She promised an interview or something. She doesn't need me. She certainly didn't when she sold that letter to the press.
She didn't do that, Kevin. It was someone else. What is happening to you?
What is happening to me? Are you serious?
You heard me. You may be a victim of circumstances. Even perhaps the law. But you are still Kevin Barlow, and you are a good man. If that is all that this has left you, then don't lose that as well. There are thousands of people out there praying for you, hundreds working for you, and many who love you. The role of enraged and cynical martyr does not suit you, so stop it. Perhaps our best wasn't good enough, but we would give it again, and we must continue with it. That's all we have. That's all I have. I'm so sorry, Kevin. So sorry.
You mustn't blame yourself. You didn't do this.
See her, Kevin. See your mother.
We've got to...
So, the time-space continuum of this is completely fucked up, to be honest with you. Barlow did initially refuse to see his mother and berated her when she visited him, but this was in late June 1986 when they initially arrived in Malaysia, and was before the letter was sent to the King of Malaysia. Barbara Barlow did berate the Malaysian judicial system in a live interview with Channel 7, preventing personal hugs and contact with the family by the guards, but Barlow did not refuse to see his mother, as by this point it would have been the 4th of July 1986.
Life insurance policy, and I've made arrangements to have you paid.
So Barlow did have a life insurance policy, but there's no evidence that he wanted this money to go to Karpal Singh. It was to go to his family.
Out of the question. We take no money.
I don't get it. You worked so hard for so long.
No. No money.
No one ever did anything like this for me. Why?
I truly don't know, Kevin. The longer I plow this field, the less I know.
Jeff! Jeff! Jeff, what I'm
So, Barlow actually did tell Chambers when he asked, "Hey, where are you going?" He would state, "Where am I going? I've just received a pardon. I'm going home." But this was late at night on the 6th of July, just before Barlow's final meeting with his brother Christopher, and Chambers' response is unknown because Barlow did not relay it to his brother. The meeting would only last 45 minutes, but you can imagine, given that it was hours before they were going to be executed, what was going through Chambers' head at the time, believing that he was going to be executed and that Barlow was going to be let off scot-free.
I have to get hit by a taxi and you die of gangrene, you bloody mongrel!
Is it true? You go home?
No. Just had to get him back for what he said about me mum before. You see his face?
It's finally come.
The letter of execution. Signed before the appeal was ever heard.
So yes, on the 4th of July, the Malaysian Attorney General Tan Sri Abu Talib Othman revealed to the Penang High Court that the death warrants had already been signed in secret, and Chambers' lawyer said that specific assurance had been given that no death warrant would be signed while the case was ongoing. The hearing was adjourned until the 14th of July, with Karpal Singh insisting that he would have the head of the Malaysian Attorney General if the execution was carried out before the entire legal proceeding was carried out. But it seems that at this point the Malaysian government, infuriated with the media attention, just wanted to get rid of both of the men. Notification of her son's death sentence was given to Barlow on the 5th of July by the Australian High Commissioner to Malaysia and the Australian High Commission. It was not given to Karpal Singh, nor was it given to her in her hotel room at the Hilton.
They were going to send a stranger with it.
Little piece of paper. It doesn't seem real. Look how they spelled assistance. A-S-I-S-T-A.
The letter that Barbara Barlow received did not have assistance in it.
I wish I was somebody else.
So Barbara Barlow did prepare a cocktail of death for her son using 70 sleeping tablets. At the time they made sleeping tablets that you could overdose on, but they were prepared with Kathy Priestley, not just on her own. This all happened on the evening of the 4th of July and was taken into the prison on the 5th of July and was before the death warrant was received, but she was resolute that the execution would be carried out now that the death warrants had been signed, and hence she wanted to give her son an alternative way out. So the thing itself was mixed with orange juice, and Barbara Barlow would bring it into the prison with cheesecake and club sandwiches from the hotel.
My heart was bloody nearly breaking when you wouldn't see me.
As I mentioned, Barlow did not refuse to see his mother by this late stage, but they could not see him on the 1st and 2nd of July because $50 had been given to him in cash by Lee Jones, which the guards seized because it was such a large amount of money.
So was mine, Ma. But I'm here now. Mum's back. I love you so.
I don't think it stops here, you know. I think it just goes on and on.
And your dad?
So, Barlow himself wasn't religious, but his mother did state that he did find comfort in the visits with priests in the prison.
Chris, Michelle, Andrew, they all send their love and kisses and...
This is a very strange statement because in reality Christopher and Michelle Barlow were in Malaysia at the time.
Hugs.
Ma, would you do something for me? Please say you're sorry to Carpal. He's been so good, and now he's heard at what's happened. The loss of my case, the insults from Garbley. What is it?
For you, Kev, I don't want you to suffer.
So, Barbara Barlow actually never did offer the cocktail of death to her son, believing that there would be a reprieve, and had Kevin Barlow been offered it, I have a feeling that he would have taken it eventually before his execution, to be honest with you. I think he would have taken an alternative way out. I just get that vibe about him.
Is that what I think it is? No. But the way things are going, the minute I took it, there'd be a call from the King. Besides, in the end, it's all mine. What I did, I did.
No. No, Kev, no. No.
All right, then whatever happened, happened. I'll deal with it. It's mine. Mine alone.
I sent the telexes to the Queen, President Reagan, the Pope.
So these were all sent, but on the 6th of July, and Barbara Barlow last saw her son on the 5th of July. The final meetings were a 6-hour meeting between Lee Jones and Christopher Barlow with Kevin, and a final 45-minute meeting between Christopher and Kevin Barlow, all of which took place on the 6th of July.
attention to my cry for help. Listen to my honest prayer. You will judge in my favor. You know my heart. You have come to me at night. You have examined me completely and found no evil.
I'm sorry, I can't.
And found no evil desire in me. I pray to you, O God.
So, Hugo Weaving said that Chambers refusing to receive final prayers contradicted him because he and his family were very religious. This scene was merely put in to make Chambers seem less deserving of sympathy and Barlow more deserving of sympathy. Hugo Weaving was angry at the takeaway message, stating, "Some people will think that Barlow shouldn't have died, but most will still believe that Chambers met the right fate, and that frightens me. I'm concerned that the whole experience will not change any of the bigoted reactionary attitudes that are so frighteningly rampant in this country." Ultimately, Chambers' family was very, very religious, probably more so than the Barlows. It was on the 7th of July 1986 that Sue and Brian Chambers and one daughter, Margaret Chambers, wept away tears in St. Mary's Anglican Church in Kuala Lumpur, with Canon Trevor Batten leading the general church service with approximately 30 people in attendance. Nothing special for Chambers. By contrast, the Barlows were in their hotel room in the Hilton. Chambers' religiosity augmented during his time on death row, and he started taking Bible classes and cried into the arms of a nun when his appeal failed, insisting that it was in God's hands now. However, Barlow confessed that he wasn't religious but had gained strength with the priest being there in prison and spent 30-minute sessions with him, so I can see him being receptive to a final prayer and the final rites, but Chambers would definitely have been there. He would not have scurried away to his cell.
Because you answer me, so turn to me and listen to my words.
Kevin, listen. Listen to me. Can you hear me? Oh, God. I'm thinking of the mothers. All the mothers in the world. And all the sons. And all the people. The millions who will live. Or you will die. How do I accept that? Kevin, can you hear me? I forgive you. I ask for your forgiveness. I love you, Kevin.
So as I mentioned at the beginning, there were no Australian protesters outside Putty Prison. There were local people, there were members of the media, but there were no protesters outside the prison.
What time have you got?
Christopher and whoever the fuck this is supposed to be were not outside the prison.
It stopped. The other thing stopped.
Rachel, it's all right. It's okay.
I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry, Kevin. I really am. For everything. And for bringing you here.
By this stage, the relationship between the two was so frosty, I'm not too sure if Chambers would have apologised. Particularly considering the role of Musarian Asiak and how low down the totem pole he was in terms of this entire operation, but we'll never know.
I don't know. Sometimes I think I was headed here all my life.
Kev, what am I going to do, mate? I'm afraid.
So I'm not too sure if Chambers would have been the only one shitting himself. While it was insisted by Barbara Barlow that her son went to his death like a man, I'm not too sure that Chambers, with his strong religious beliefs, would have been more afraid than Barlow in facing the gallows.
Done by Clark. I'm sorry.
So we don't have a lot of records of Barlow's behaviour while in Poodoo, but based on how he was in Penang and how hated he was amongst the guards, I highly doubt that the prison guards would have been apologising to him for taking him to the gallows, and especially since it was their job.
It's all right, Emma. This is it. Ziggy. Zig.
So it is worth noting that they were allowed a brief moment of prayer when positioned on the trapdoor and before the noose was put around their necks. Their legs were actually roped together at the time. Wilf Barlow was not there. He was actually back in Australia and stayed with a friend called Barry. So Barlow was cremated, and this was because it would have cost the family $10,000 to bring his body back. His ashes were given to Lee Jones, and Priestley and Lee Jones were both with him at the time of his cremation. He also had yellow daffodils over his coffin. So Barlow's ashes were given to Lee Jones, and Chambers' body was taken back to Perth. To bring the body back, it would have cost Barlow's family $10,000, and they couldn't afford it, so he was cremated.
Flight 33 departing Kuala Lumpur.
So this was supposed to be Priestley, or Lee Jones actually. They were both with Barlow's body when he was cremated. Oh my fucking god. So there were no direct flights in Kuala Lumpur to New York in 1986. Malaysia Airlines did briefly serve New York John F. Kennedy, but this was in the 21st century when it was served from Stockholm, Sweden to New York. And why does the PA person have an Australian accent if this is supposed to be Kuala Lumpur?
Boarding at gate number 2. So I didn't want to mention this because I wasn't too sure of the time frame in Dadah's death, but in March 1985, Wilf and Barbara Barlow moved into a new council house in Kapunda, while Michelle and Christopher stayed in the original house in Elizabeth. This was based on the abuse that they received, but I generally don't know why the entire family didn't move into the same house. So the idea that this would have taken place in August 1986, 1 month after their execution, it's pretty bloody inaccurate, to be honest with ya. But then again, also there were probably more council houses at the time in Australia. There wasn't this massive list that we have nowadays for people waiting to get their council houses. I'll tell you what, they should never sell those things off.
So this letter was never received. This is just complete fiction.
Well, I guess you were right. I remember you told me on the way to being an adult. You said, be careful, wake up. Oh God, does any kid ever hear that? That's me laughing. Be careful, those 2 words. But could I have changed it? I think about it so much these days. I wish I'd known then what I finally learned over here. Care must be taken and attention must be paid. The irony is that it could cost my life. Now when I see your face and the faces of Dad, Chris and Michelle, they have paid because I didn't get it. But enough of that sop. How are you, Ma? Andrew, how's Dad? Tell him to knock off a frosty one for me, will you? Tell me, what's it like there right now? Huh? God, what's it like? What is it, Mum?
It's a letter from heaven.
So, Barbara Barlow was active in petitioning for the life of Derek Gregory, who was hanged in July 1989 for drug trafficking in Kajang prison. She did run for politics in 1987 at the federal election for the Australian Democrats for the seat of Wakefield, winning 4.1% of the vote, or 2,683 votes, coming fourth with a 1.9% swing against her. So Kapil Singh was detained for inciting racial tension in Malaysia in October 1987 during Operation Lalang, released in March 1988 for several hours, rearrested and imprisoned until 1989. And since they actually forgot they existed, I think it's important to note that the Chambers were active in reminding people of the plight of their son, with Brian Chambers Sr. talking to 9 News in September 1986, pleading for the Malaysian authorities to drop capital punishment, and in 2005 would speak to AM on ABC Radio National regarding the upcoming execution of Van Tuong Nguyen, stating that he wished that there was something that he could do for Van Tuong Nguyen and his family, and talking about the plight that his family went through when his son was facing the gallows, and hoping that the Nguyen's would not suffer the same fate. However, obviously with the passage of time, the entire family is gone.
Go. That was an ordeal.
I wish I could say that my girlfriend and people in public never looked at me in the way that Lewis Griffin looks at Peter there, but I'd be lying. So, yeah, that was actually a fucking ordeal. I'm not going to deny it. Oh, God. I know that the Chambers never signed off on it, but did that really matter? Did it have to be the Barlow adventures about their poor, allegedly innocent lad? It was only when writing this and really dissecting and analysing Dadah's death that I realised the amount of creative liberty that was taken. Couldn't they have done it like A Better Man by SBS, which was on the execution of Van Tuong Nguyen, because the family of Nguyen refused to cooperate? They could have used news footage. They could have gotten rid of the soap opera elements. It was at this time when it was being filmed that Musari and Asiak had been jailed. Couldn't they have told an element of truth or fact instead of just pure fiction? I mean, full credit to them, because it feels that without Dadah's death, Barlow and Chambers would have been even more consigned to history. But I just wish, as Weaving had alluded to, it could have given more attention and truth to Chambers, and I just wish that they could have based it on truth rather than creating a soap opera. Having said that, though, Weaving and Paulson said that CBS and the writer wanted to have Americans play Barlow and Chambers because they were afraid that the Yanks couldn't understand the Australian accents. So I guess we should be grateful. But that did not come to pass. Thank you for watching. Please do yourself a favour and hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to be notified of when new videos come out. Also, why not hit that like button and leave a nice comment? It helps more than you know, and your support is truly appreciated. Until next time, stay awesome, stay classy, be kind to everyone you meet, have an amazing day, and remember that truth is always more interesting than fiction, as shown by Dadah is deaf.